Eight. Okay, so let's get this started here. Share. Ah. Hello. I hope people can hear me. Okay. Okay. So here we go. Here we are. Let's begin another exciting day full of NOVID. Ah, yes. Beautiful. Oh. Hopefully, this all works out very well. And if it doesn't, then here we are. So, if anybody is curious, once again, we are back into the thick of it all. This is day two of NOVID. NOVID 2021, which in short takes a look at a series of submissions with regards to looks at a series of submissions with regards to the challenge this year, which was literature review. Take a look at 3 videos and then see what you thought was interesting about them, what you thought might have worked, what might not have worked, and sort of how you would synthesize a new kind of argument out of it. The first day on Friday, we had quite a lot of folks go through and quite a lot of good information. Some good talks, I think. I think it was some good talks. I could be wrong, but I have a little bit more energy this time, but these things are always questionable. So let's see how this all turns out. So let me so today, let me get the first one here. Hopefully everybody is doing okay. As always, give me 1 second. So, as always, this, as a lot of you may know, a lot of you might not know, this is also, this is a charity stream. This is a charity event. All of the money that is being made over the course of the Super Chats, as well as over the course of any of the donations, there's a link in PayPal if you're curious, but anything you donate through PayPal, anything you put into the Super Chats, all of that goes to charity. The charity in question is Médecins Sans Frontières, or Doctors Without Borders. They've always been an organization that I think I can trust. They do a lot of good work. And yeah, if you donate, you automatically put yourself into a raffle. If you donate, you automatically put yourself into a raffle to win a custom mug that that I made and pressed. You know, this is a you know I don't have autofocus on, so it doesn't focus very well. But this is a custom mug, which if anybody who is interested in anime and manga history, otaku history, would know exactly what whose room this is. So yeah, let's get that started. And so the first one I'm going to be bringing in here is Snake Eye Dreams, who's just left the chat. So I guess I just gotta wait for him to come back. So now I just gotta wait. First we had bisexual lighting. Now we have Joker lighting. I mean, I can switch it to bisexual lighting. Let me switch it to bisexual lighting, I guess. Yeah, so there we go. There we are. And hello. Hello?
Hello?
Hello. Okay, cool. All right, so chat, please let me know. Please let me know if you can't hear them, but they should be speaking now. Okay. So how's it going?
It's going okay. Making sure you can hear me okay. Sorry about the technical difficulties there.
No worries. I can hear you. So let's hope and see if the chat stream can. That usually there's some sort of technical issue right at the beginning. So let's see how that turns out. Okay. So it doesn't look like anybody's had any issues with the doesn't look like anybody's had any issues so far with the audio. Okay, yeah, we can hear him. Sounds good. Cool. So let's get started on the first one here. So with me here, I have Snake Eye Dreams with the video Serial Experiments Lane and the Search for Meaning. Now, this is the biggest NOVID entry. I think this is the biggest NOVID entry so far, actually, including last year's as well. Okay. This one also is kind of pretty different from a lot of the other ones, because a lot of the other ones are like, okay, pick 3, see what they say, see what you think you can sort of like change or, adapt and so on and so forth. So this one is a really fascinating decision. You definitely went through more than 3. So give me the rundown. Give me the rundown. How did you come to this decision? What's going on here?
Right. So I had wanted to make a video about Serial Experiments Lane for pretty much ever since I started my channel. And I want to say it's something that I tried to make a little over a year ago and just couldn't quite figure out the framing mechanism, I guess. Like, I knew the general ethos of what I wanted to say about it, and I knew I wanted to talk about how people find meaning in it. But honestly, the literature review format helped a lot for me. Because I knew I wanted to talk about meaning, but didn't necessarily have the context of, let's just talk about how, YouTube discourse has found meaning in it. And as I was going through, I pretty much YouTube search the majority of results for Serial Experiments Lane explained, and just, would look around what popped up and decided to talk about the 18 videos that I talked about, and add my weight a little bit at the end as well.
So what are the general like threads you've noticed in the in terms of how like YouTube talks about Serial Experiments Lane?
So the major, I guess, thesis statement of a video is that, we don't know, we don't have it figured out, that this show has been discussed so much, but at the end of the day, it's just a bunch of people in a room like trying to figure things out. There's some threads. My video talks about primarily three ways that the videos on YouTube talk about the series. Many talk about technology and the way in which it sort of was a prophetic program for the time, and comparing it to things like The Matrix or Evangelion from the time and how technology was handled. A lot on existence and meaning within the show, the idea of like existentialism popping up a lot. And then a smaller group of people, but one I definitely wanted to highlight, talking about more the aesthetic qualities, talking about the sound design, talking about very specific visual choices or editing choices that made Lane feel different than other series at the time or series now. So general threads existed, but for the most part, people don't have a consensus. And I wanted to let people know that you can enjoy Lane without understanding it, quote unquote, understanding it. And I feel like the biggest barrier for entry for a series like Serial Experiments Lane is watching it and feeling like you're lost, and therefore you've somehow, lost understanding it. Whereas I don't think that that's necessarily a lost condition, that if you get something out of it in your own way, that's very valuable.
So what about Lane makes it especially useful, or I guess susceptible to sort of multivalent analysis? How is it able to generate so many different meanings and interpretations?
I think a lot of the influences on Lane, from what I could detect, several videos compared Serial Experiments Lane to the works of David Lynch. And I think that's a pretty apt comparison. There's a lot of visual ambiguity, time ambiguity, not even really sure what's happening in front of you is real, or if it is real and whose reality it's happening in. Pretty much the show goes off the rails in like episode 4, but even episode 1 is already very, very strange and distorted. So I think it's set up in such a way that it has a sort of esoteric feeling to it. And as a result of it, people who feel like they do understand it, there's that temptation to kind of like, I wouldn't say gatekeeping attitude, but a sort of temptation at the higher level of understanding to feel like, oh yes, I understand Serial Experiments Lane. But I feel as though, again, it's when I first watched the show, I enjoyed the way it looked and felt, and I kind of just turned my brain off and just enjoyed it. And that's what has allowed me, like, in reviewing it, to find my own kind of forms of meaning out of it and to appreciate other people's meanings of it. But I think the series really encourages viewers to form their own opinions. And the creators, from what I understand too, they very deliberately did not say what they thought it was about. They would entertain a lot of different ideas.
Okay. So in the context of your video, so you've got like these like 3 sections, and then what seems to be like a sort of your synthesis. So let's run through the sections first. So the 3 sections. What's the game plan? What commonalities kind of exist? Because this is effectively a massive literature review.
Yeah. And I'll kind of borrow the language of, I believe it was Puff the Pirate yesterday, who said it was more, for his video, more of a video about the discourse rather than necessarily about the show itself. And that's where I would say mine is, in some different ways than his One Piece discussion. But this is very niche within niche. And I kind of, as I was making it, I was like, okay, I'm going to have to accept that that's the case and embrace that element of it and kind of go all in on it. So it is a long video, and it does go very thorough. But for those who want that kind of video, it's out there now, and I like that. So approach number 1 is, again, technology. I looked at a few channels and videos there that talked about sort of the 90s technology, the movement toward, like, I don't know if Y2K was mentioned very much explicitly, but again, that sort of time period. Talking about how, like, at the end of every episode, the to be continued, the B in to be continued is a reference to the tech company B at the time. Pulling in different producer quotes talking about, again, technology and sort of the way in it. And even within the technology group, some people read it as being almost transhumanist in favor of the technological changes rapidly accelerating and humanity blurring those lines. And then others saw it as almost a warning against that. And both views could be very well supported by the series, depending on what they choose to look at. The next section was existence, and that's where, again, some people thought it was leaning more toward different existentialist ideas and philosophers and stuff that's way above my pay grade in my head. A lot of times, I'm not a philosophy professor here, but a lot of stuff about Nietzsche. They talk about Sartre, et cetera, et cetera. And again, bringing in Evangelion as a comparison point, both released around the similar time period, both having this sort of push and pull between hive mind, collective unconscious versus the individual self. So a few videos talked about that comparison. A lot of Jungian analysis was happening here. Just again, this is probably the bulk of the videos I looked at was in the existence category. And then for aesthetic, there was, again, the sense of audio choices, visual choices, tone. And again, I looked at like 3 videos here, but this is where I guess if I had to choose one of the 3 camps for myself, I lean more toward the aesthetic for my main reason of enjoying Lane more than I do necessarily the philosophy behind it. Although I think all those elements are valuable.
Was there a particular video that you thought was there a particular video or videos that had an argument that you thought was really compelling?
I tried in my video to stay away from necessarily giving positive or negative reactions to the individual videos, as sort of an emphasis on, again, finding your own meaning in it. And also, I didn't see the video as a judgment on necessarily every idea, just showcasing how much variety there was. That said, there were some that I found kind of just personally interesting I could share. The Crabe video talked about the use of eyes in Sir Experiments Lane and how that affected the idea of perception. Crabe is a channel that I also followed for their Revolutionary Girl Utena content and just wanted to kind of plug them a little. Sarah McPhee, they did a good video about, again, the Evangelion comparison, the separation of self, how the Avas as well as the Wired in Lane both kind of operate as vehicles that help their protagonists form individuality and form their sense of self, but also in the process, their lives become exponentially more muddled and chaotic. How both have sort of this dynamic with the fathers and the sort of deceit around their family structure. So that was really good. There was 2 videos that didn't quite fit in any of my categories that were more just, again, the general Lane explained category, talking about more of the sort of middle ground of understanding with it and explaining some key ideas. Scapadoa, one of the more big videos that did that. And then Anime Archaeology also went very thorough through that. Although I did make a point in my video of disagreeing with one element of Anime Archaeology, just so I could segue into my potentially silly theory at the end about the alien.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about that potential red herring.
Yeah.
Depending on where you stand on Brent Newhall's argument on the red herring that may or may not be. Okay, aliens, what's going on?
So what amazes me is that for the vast majority, if not, like, I want to say almost every video but Anime Archaeology, that they didn't talk about the alien. Like, it just didn't get brought up. And it's like, this thing is so weird. In a show that's already, like, super strange, I get it. But in the Protocol episode where they're going through the timeline of events that's very conspiracy theorist, very much like MJ12 document UFO sort of area, it has a literal alien in like a Freddy Krueger shirt standing at Lane's door, and Lane just kind of looks at it, and the alien goes away, and then it just doesn't do anything directly. But in the flashback episode they do later, like a recap episode, the alien shows up again, so clearly the show is pushing that alien again at you. And Lane shows up at one point at her friend's door wearing the same like Freddy Krueger shirt and having alien limbs and legs. So there's enough of it in there that it's not just like a one-off gag, but people I don't think often know what to do with it because it does feel so random. So I think there's a great appeal personally in playing around with that idea. And whether or not, we think it's intentional or not, well, okay, what if the alien is there for a reason? If we do take it seriously, what do we do with that? So I wanted to play around with that idea and try my hand at that, because I just feel like that's an area of discourse I haven't seen when looking around YouTube. Again, most of the times it was mentioned as a red herring, but I don't have enough reason to believe it's a red herring if nothing else is a red herring.
Hmm. So I guess the question is, so like, how much or to what extent do you believe in the alien argument you've presented?
Ooh, how much do I
I
believe in myself here?
because I hear you edging, the, just like, it's kind of like a silly argument. It's just like, yeah, but do you believe in it?
I think that at the end of the day, I'm on the side of the whole death of the author. I
Okay.
think that whatever was intended, whatever the point of it was, I can speculate. I can say that, you know what, they probably thought this was a funny pun. Lane, alien, like there's probably something to this. I can do that, but at the end of the day, I don't necessarily think it matters. The
Okay.
work is the work, and I'm looking at it, and the alien is in there enough that I do think it's worth looking at and worth speculating about. So in that context, I'll say it's silly because I think the conclusion that I reached was that the alien, again, according to what I determined, would be behind the majority of events in the series. I think that's very silly considering it's it's like a gray alien. It's like a little, like the stereotypical alien. And it's so silly in the face of an anime that's otherwise known for being very high philosophy, esoteric, very advanced, very all these things, and to ground it in this sort of like very literal reading of the alien, I think is funny. But do I believe it personally? Yeah. When I want to watch the show, that's how I view it. But I don't believe it's like an authoritative, this is the correct answer, this is what everyone should believe. But I want to put the idea out there and see how people react.
So one thing that I want to mention is that so yours is actually in a really interesting spot because
Hmm.
so yours is actually in a really interesting spot because one thing I want to mention is that like um you got an interesting comment. You got a pretty interesting comment with regards to the aliens, right?
Hmm.
Um Specifically in the context of like landing and accelerationism. And it's funny because aliens oftentimes are used in theory as a sort of like understanding limit case or a sort of sometimes they're used literally, but oftentimes they're used like a sort of like uh, as a sort of thing outside. So like you might think of like say the Pasadists, or you might think of, for instance, Alexander Wendt's use of aliens as a challenge to sort of Westphalian sovereignty, or the Fanged Nomina in Landian accelerationism. But this is oftentimes a very metaphorical exercise that's happening here.
Hmm.
Your position on the aliens is actually really fascinating because it kind of straddles this sort of relationship between the alien as metaphor and the alien as a real thing. Do you think that this sort of so assuming we're running with this argument you've presented very
Hmm.
seriously, right?
Yes.
Putting on the scientist coat and everything. Do you see the alien more as like an actual literal like object? Because you have this section on Roswell, you have this look at lineage of technology, or do you see it as sort of more of a metaphorical thing? Because again, you sort of employ the alien in the sort of the way it's presented when Lane starts to like dress up like the alien. So like, what do you see? Do you see it as a metaphor or an object?
Okay. So the comment you're referring to was posted by CJ Kalla, and that is one of the videos. They made one of the videos that I featured in there.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say first that the majority of the philosophy and ideas you're referring to, they are alien to me. Like they
Oh,
they
okay.
are above they are above my level. And I'll admit that openly. And CJ Kalla, I've checked out more of their videos. Dude, I don't know, man. Like it could be great content. I just don't know it.
Oh, okay.
Um, but what I will answer, I guess, hopefully straightforwardly here. Again, I think the comparisons between Lane and the works of David Lynch are very apt.
Oh, yeah.
I sometimes feel a little bit, I wouldn't say awkward, but kind of as a little out of place in when we talk about Novid, because I don't consider myself primarily an Anituber in the sense that most of my content is about David Lynch and Twin Peaks. I do a podcast with that.
Mm.
So I do approach Lane partly from a similar frame as I approach Lynch, and that's that something can be in a Lynch film or in Lane, or I would also extend this to Revolutionary Girl Utena, a symbolic thing, but still be real in the universe. So I tend to take that middle road as well, in that I don't think it should be discounted either way. Like, it is a real thing in their world, in my opinion, that does have impact in their reality. But in terms of our analysis, there are metaphorical implications you can make from that. Like, the idea of feeling alienated, right? Whether that's the intention or not, that's what I think of when I think of Lane becoming the alien, becoming the other, becoming this thing outside of their reality. But at the same time, yeah, I do think that we're led on a timeline that would indicate Roswell, New Mexico as the start of the technological progress. So it almost feeds into a conspiracy theory reading that the reason that we have the internet and the modern technology we have is because of aliens. And I kind of feel like it's doing both in the show, I think. Okay. I think it's both. Yeah, you can read it literally, you can read it metaphorically. I say, why not both?
Okay, interesting. So, chat, once again, if you got any questions for Snake Eye Dreams, please type them in now, so that way I can get to asking them as soon as I can. So I guess the question here for me is this was the question I asked everybody last night, but so this was done in the span. Well, you got a month for this. Was there anything you would have wanted to have done differently?
Well, first thing is that, like I said before, the framework of the literature review helped me focus a lot on what I wanted to talk about and what I wanted to do. I don't know if this video would have quite turned out the way it did if it hadn't been for that framework, even though I took it in a different direction from a lot of other people. But thinking in terms of the discourse, having a video about how people talk about it, rather than a video just talking about it, that helped me a lot. So first of all, I would say that even though it was only a month, it felt more concentrated to me than if I had several months, but I was just mulling over the ideas vaguely. So I feel like kind of the NOVID time limit is a pressure cooker that helps me. I did NOVID last year, and I think it helped me that way too. Of course, yeah, there are things I would change. I noticed afterward with my audio that I had music in the background for the video that on headphones sounded real good. But then I watched it on regular speakers, and I'm like, you can't hear anything.
Oh, so, the classic,
it was,
yeah.
Yeah, and it was never that big of an issue, I think, because it's not like I had a montage. It's not like the music was part of the narrative of what I was doing. It was more just like, lane ambience. And it's like, well, okay, that element's kind of lost on people who are watching it on other systems that don't have headphones. At the same time, not really that worried about it. It's something I can learn and grow from in the future. Working with sound is something I'm still trying to get my head around. So that's I guess the main thing that comes to my mind. But for the most part, I think the scale and scope of the video, I mean, I made a 40-minute video in a month. I'm happy with that.
Oh yeah, that's an arduous task. Yeah. So Winsy asks, what manga or anime reminds you most of Twin Peaks?
Oh, okay. Again, not being fully in the realm of the anime community as much. Let me think here on this. I guess if I had to answer, so if we're looking at David Lynch as a director, I would indicate Lane giving me a lot of the same feelings in terms of the atmosphere. If we're talking Twin Peaks specifically in terms of the balance of humor and quirkiness with darkness and violence and trauma as a background element, and like deceivingly seems hokey and comical, but then you actually dig into it in some of the darkest media out there, I would compare it again to Revolutionary Girl Utena, even though they're working with totally different genres. Twin Peaks is working with the soap opera genre. It's working with mystery detective drama. It's working with psychological horror to an extent. And Utena is working more with the shoujo and sort of fairy tale aesthetic. But I think both do this thing that I really enjoy, where they're willing to take characters who are the most noble and the most virtuous and innocent seeming and portray them with a sense of darkness and how they can go wrong, and by vice versa, someone who could be the most terrible, most awful, and they can have some of the funniest lines. They can be some of the most almost empathetic in certain situations, and it kind of balances out the whole experience where you get humor, but you also get something to chew on afterward that's a bit more serious. So weird enough as it is, I would say Utsuna, and I know that Ikuhara, the director or one of the main people behind it, he does cite Lynch as an influence and wanted to work with Lynch for a while. So I would probably answer Utsuna.
Okay. Yeah, let me see here. Any other? So Mauricio Rabiela says, "What do you think about the PS2 game?"
I still need to go through the PS1 game. They have it on, it's like a fan translation that's been done recently. It's available on the web. It's something I want to look into sometime. I know there's been videos about it. I've just like put in my watch later because I need to check it out first. So soon.
So Avigo says, "What about Twin Peaks from the perspective of a coffee enthusiast?"
I'm going to commit heresy here and say I don't actually like coffee that much.
Oh,
But hey, donuts are good. Cherry pie is good. I have no problem with those things. They're also in the show.
how do you feel
But
about
I'm
lodges?
actually not big on. Was that
How do you feel about lodges?
lodges? I guess it depends on what kind of lodge we're talking here. There are certain lodges I don't want to go into.
Okay. Well, since you've got a podcast, you want to shout out your podcast?
Sure. So we are the Wonderful and Strange Twin Peaks Logcast. We are on Spotify, Google, Apple, pretty much every podcast service out there. We also have our uploads on our channel, Snake Eye Dreams. We are currently doing like every other week we upload, and we have content related to Twin Peaks. We went through the whole season 1, season 2, the book, the Secret Diary, Fire Walk with Me, and now we're on the films of David Lynch before we get to season 3, known as The Return.
All right. Thank you very much, Snake Eye Dreams, for coming in. Thank you very much for submitting. Did you want me to put you on the raffle list?
Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
Cool. Okay. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you very much for coming in. Second year.
All right. Take care.
Yeah, you too. Okay, so that was Snake Eye Dreams with Serial Experiments Lane and the Search for Meaning. So the next one here is going to be... next one here is Kai After Kai. So, next one here is Kai After Kai with The Film That Watches You Back. So I guess I'm just waiting for Kai to... So The Film That Watches You Back. And I guess I'm just kind of waiting now. Okay, cool. So I guess I'll change the lighting per person, cause then it'll be easier to track visually, I guess. So I don't know. Let's go with blue for now. Yeah. Let's go. Obnoxious. Okay. Yeah, let's go with this terrible color. All right. Cool. Kai, you hear me?
Yep, I can.
All right, beautiful. Okay, so The Film That Watches You Back. Okay, Puparia. So what's going on here?
Puparia, yeah. So I didn't actually. Funny thing about the history of this video, in that I actually didn't know I was gonna make it until like I'd say the week before it came out. The video, as in. I actually knew about NOVID before I knew about Puparia. How I found out about it was I was actually thinking of doing something with Legend of the Galactic Heroes. In fact, something about that. But someone in this video essay Discord that I'm in, that I believe our study of swords is in as well. A guy called Skyhopper posted just like out of the blue, just randomly just posted in the film and television channel just the link to Puparia and saying like, oh, it's I think it's been out for a year. I believe Puparia is, and he's just sharing the film, saying, oh, this is like a really good film that I saw, and I just checked it out just on a whim just to see what it was, and just the second I finished it, I knew that there's something there. I have to make a video about this. This is prime, just like absolute, just great material right here. So I was in the middle of making a Cowboy Bebop retrospective at the time. So I kind of wrote it in the script for it in the background. And then once that video was done and that was out, I then immediately jumped into finishing up, to recording and to editing the Puparia video. Yeah, so that was just the general timeline of the whole thing. And it was also a really, really, really fun experience as well, I'd say. I don't know, I haven't, at least as of now, I don't often look at works as I don't know what would the word be, I suppose. I mean, I heard you using the term like comparing Lane earlier to like a Lynch film. But I don't know if that yeah, Snake Eye, yeah. I don't know if that would be the right word, but it's definitely an extremely surreal short film. That's definitely that's very, very open-ended and subject to interpretation. So it was definitely a very interesting process.
So, so what do you mean when it says it watches you back?
Well, one of the things that that really kind of jumped out to me as I was watching the film was just as I mentioned it in the video, it was the theme of observation and how there's constant shots of people looking at things. Very obviously, again, as referred to in the title, a lot of shots of characters looking at you, or at least looking at the quote-unquote camera, which you would then infer as kind of you as an audience surrogate kind of thing. And when I was first, as I was watching the film, I kind of had it in my head that this whole kind of thing was about I had it in my head, I mentioned it in the video. I had it in my head. This was kind of about like a zoo or something. This was just like my running internal commentary as I was watching it. I was thinking that this has something to do with I don't know, animals in a zoo, and they're watching the people back, and it's that weird phase where you're in the midst of it all, you're just going through every kind of mad possibility, seeing what it is. But in regards to connecting it to my final interpretation of the film, when I say the film kind of watches you back, it's in a sense the film is kind of inviting you in a way to it's reaching out to try and connect with you, because in my opinion the film is essentially about raw creativity and using creativity as a way to break out of despair. And there's I wish I had made this point in the video. I only really picked up on it after I'd already put it out.
Oh yeah, you hit publish, and you was oh crap.
Oh, that would have been so good, yeah. But yeah, it's the bit where the alien girl turns and she looks at the camera, and then it shows her perspective, and it's a bunch of dozens of people just watching it, kind of just watching her with these blank, empty, listless expressions. and then it turns back to her, and then she looks away, and then she turns back to the group or you, and then she like smiles and kind of almost her like body language almost inviting you to follow her. So yeah, so when I say the film watches you, it's in a sense that it's kind of almost inviting you to partake and awaken the same creativity that it is that it was born from.
So you've got this term in this video. I think you trademarked it.
Yeah, I did. Yes.
So tell me more about that. What was it? The Kai after Kai?
Yeah, the Kai after response. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
So what's that?
Yeah. So it's basically just this kind of internal process of how we understand, or like how a person processes art. I suppose again, it can really, I mentioned it can really apply to it can really apply to any medium of art. There's traditional drawn like paintings and that, TV, music, animation, like whatever. I arguably recently went through it when I watched Serial Experiments Lane for the first time a couple weeks ago. But essentially, what it is, it's just the process of like a 3-step process that I kind of that I've only recently tried to put a word to. It's essentially just the initial like observation of the thing and that of whatever you're looking at. Well, I suppose arguably you could apply it to almost anything and not just art. But essentially, it starts with you observing something, and then just kind of figuring out what it is. Again, like depending on what it is, that can take anywhere from a second to like a minute, depending on what it is. In the video, I use the example of the "This is not a pipe." I can't remember the exact name of the painting. It's the one where it says I'm assuming you know what it is. "This is not a pipe" painting.
Beep?
Yes, that's it. Yes, like that's an example of a painting that is very easy to understand what it is just from a glance. Then comes the second stage, which is kind of understanding, essentially attempting to understand what it is, I should say. And this is probably the longest stage of the whole thing, where you're essentially you're sitting there, you're watching, and having understood what you're literally looking at, now you're attempting to understand, okay, what is it? Okay, it's a pipe. It's a picture of a pipe, but it says it's not a pipe. So what is the meaning of this? What is this trying to tell me? What is it trying to say? This could involve just you sitting there and staring at it, thinking until you've come to some kind of conclusion, or it could involve going out and doing like secondary research about the author, about other paintings they've done, the social historical context of the time, when it was painted, where, stuff like that. Personally, I like to gravitate towards the former, in just kind of sitting there and taking the painting, or whatever form of art it is, just kind of taking it on its own merits without any context. I quite enjoy doing that. But once you've kind of done that, that then leads to the final stage, which is this sense of like breaking water, like lifting head above the water, and like you understand it, like that feeling of clarity that comes when like all the puzzle pieces kind of click and you feel like, this is what it means. This is what, or at the very least, this is what my interpretation is of what this piece of art is trying to say. And as I mentioned, these two steps, those final two, they can kind of cycle over and over again, depending on, say, if you come back to it later and you think, oh, no, now that I'm looking at it in this way, it's telling me something different. Or you could talk to someone and they have a different perspective, and like that in turn changes yours. But yeah, those are generally the that's generally an overview of how, at the very least, I process and understand art.
Interesting. So, in regards to processing and understanding art, what has the general overall, I guess, ANE2 response to sort of Puparia has been?
In general, I'd say it was embracing the kind of the openness of the film and how it is. Again, I've talked about it earlier in my ranting earlier, but basically, the general consensus is that the film is not meant to be something to be taken literally. It's not attempting to tell like a traditional kind of story or anything. It's more about its metaphorical meaning, but also the meaning it has in relation to its creator, Shingo Tamagawa. I think what was it? Well, I'm trying to remember which one it was. Yeah, an underwhelming unicorn in particular. He he mentioned Puparia as he rated it very closely to Tamagawa as a metaphor for his depression and the isolation he felt after working in the anime industry and then taking a break and just kind of not animating or drawing at all and just wandering through life, and how the film represented a rebirth of creativity. The other two awesome reviews in Traven Talks, they generally had I mean they had different details and such, but overall I'd say that from what I have seen at least, there's quite a solid consensus on what the film is. I would say two awesome reviews. I would say kind of summarized it very well. I think their interpretation was quite similar to the one I ended up as. That there is no there is no true proper, I suppose, way of looking at it. It's just meant to be kind of a snapshot of human creativity. Although Traven Talks did make a very interesting comparison in comparing the film to relating it to the recent pandemic and how many people have been forced to stay at home, not been able to go out, and kind of just helplessly watching the outside world, waiting for something to happen, for something new to change. And they also brought up, connected the namesake of the film, the Puparium, which, if anyone didn't know, is the outer skin that encloses like lava just before they mature into their proper adult forms. So yeah, overall, I'd say there's a pretty solid consensus overall, again, from what I can tell, that the film stands as just a simple. It's just, I suppose the best way to describe it would be that it is expression, just the kind of the notion of creative expression. That is what Puparia is. It's not something that's meant to be taken literally. It's something that you're meant to look at and simply be inspired by or just in awe of its creativity.
Do you find there is a show or a piece of media out there that does something similar to what Puparia is doing?
Yeah, in terms of one that is just kind of I mean, in terms of that kind of that what a film that one leaves you with that same kind of inspiring kind of feeling. I suppose it's not an exact one to one. It's obviously a very different thing. but I'm thinking maybe Gurren Lagann.
Oh,
Um,
interesting choice.
yeah,
Go
yeah, I know.
on. I'm listening.
Um, in the sense that Gurren Lagann is I suppose it would be fair to call it an aggressively humanist show. In the sense that like once you've without spoiling it for anyone who's hasn't seen it, but once you finish Gurren Lagann, I feel that it is almost impossible to not leave it feeling this immense pride and like faith in like humanity and just their ability to do great things and to accomplish the impossible. And obviously, like, tonally and aesthetically, it's almost completely different to Buparia, but they both kind of have that same feeling of constantly looking forward from better times, looking forward from more depressing times, and having faith in an innate ability of humanity to make something out of bad situations. So, yeah, that was all off the top of my head. Hopefully that made sense.
So if anybody is currently watching the stream, if you want to ask questions to Kai After Kai or about the Kai After response, please leave a comment or a question, and I'll try and get to them as soon as I can. Yeah. So so you mentioned that you approached Buparia after the NOVID announcement came out. So if you had more time, was there something you felt like you could have or would have done differently? You already mentioned that, like, you had a point after you had published the video. But were there any other approaches, or were there any other things that you thought that, had there not been the 1 month limitation, you would have approached something else or changed something?
Well, I suppose it would have been nice to try and find some more different takes of the film. It's not particularly I don't think it's a particularly despite the film itself having like over 1 million views, I think it's not a particularly well-known short film, unfortunately. But even so, I would have definitely think I could have tried to go out and try and find some more. It would be interesting to try and find a unique kind of take on it that didn't necessarily fit the general consensus of the film. I suppose it would have been nice for myself to try and approach it with trying to imagine a different alternative viewpoint that someone else might have going into Paparia. So I think that would have been perhaps would have been a nice thing to include. Yeah, again, as we mentioned earlier, the point of the people at the end representing the fewer. Again, that's a really good point. That I really do wish that I had really doubled down on in the actual thing if I had noticed it. So that's a very big missed opportunity in my opinion. I think that would have really tied in very nicely with the point that I was making. But yeah, you live and learn, and but overall, I'm fairly satisfied with how it turned out.
So Study of Swords says, yet to work with an incredibly short piece. How did you find editing it compared to working with longer form works?
Yeah, it definitely had its unique challenges that I haven't really had before. All of my videos prior to this have been on series that I've had like many episodes for me to like pull from. But since here I'm only working with 3 minutes, and also as well a little bit as well the behind the scenes footage as well, that bit. So yeah, if you watch the video, there is a lot of repeated footage, and that's something that's it is kind of almost impossible to avoid because again, you're just working with something that just there isn't a lot of media there to really work with. So I try my best to kind of space out my usage of the same clips, or at the very least to kind of try and present them in slightly different ways. But yeah, it was definitely, I'd say, a learning experience. And if I ever do in the future make another video on a film or a piece of media that is similarly short, I'll definitely be going into it with the knowledge that I won't be having a lot to work with, and so yeah, I'll just have to be aware of those limitations.
Hmm. So Wolf of Wall Street says Pupario was pretty close to being public nominated for the R Anime Awards last year.
What was it? Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I must have missed it. Oh well. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah. I mean, it kind of sucks that it didn't get nominated, but yeah.
Are there any other anime shorts that you found interesting? I don't know if you're an anime shorts kind of guy.
Anime short. It's something that I'm trying to get into more lately. I'm trying to find out a bunch of like different like shorts and OVAs and like films and that. I'm planning on watching what was it? Angel's Egg soon. Very soon.
Oh, okay.
I haven't seen that. That's something else that I'm very interested in checking out.
Oh, you're
But
on for a
yeah,
ride.
oh, yeah, definitely interesting. Are there any others that you personally know of that you think I might be interested in?
Um, On Your Mark is pretty funny.
On Your Mark.
Yep.
Ah, okay.
Yep. It's about angels.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah.
FLC is also an OVA series, right? Isn't it? I mean, it was not really a short at all, but
Yeah, it's like 6 episodes.
ah, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something else that I also have been meaning to check out for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's funny that you mentioned Angel's Egg and Furikuri, because we do have we do have two other NOVID entries talking about both Angel's Egg and Furikuri.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah. So
I think I did. Yeah, I think I noticed those actually as I was looking for the playlist.
yeah, in case if you ever come, if you ever kind of finish watching them and then you're just like, what the hell just happened? Well, at least you have 2 other takes on it that could
ready-made videos to help me understand.
yeah, just sort of give you a little bit of a workaround.
Perfect.
So, yep.
Ooh, someone mentioned the Animatrix in the
Yep.
design as well. Yeah, I've seen a couple of the Animatrix shorts. Yeah, those are pretty good as well, I'd say.
All right. Soliso mentioned that Genius Party is excellent.
Genius Party. I actually haven't heard of that.
It's an anthology of shorts.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like a lot of them. There's quite a bit of them, and they're all like little snippets. So yeah. So I think that's kind of I don't know if I really have much more to say about it. But I think that's.
I mean, it was quite a short video, so I'd say
I
we've
think
got
it's
plenty out of it already.
Yeah, I think it's one of the shorter ones. Not the shortest, but I think it is one of the shorter ones. But yeah, and then it's a relatively short video about a relatively short
film. So yeah.
So that is pretty much it. I don't know. Is there anything else? Are you working on any other projects?
Yeah, I am actually. Just before I came on, actually, I was working on a video about the ending of Attack on Titan.
Okay.
I'm planning on getting that out by next Thursday. Since that will be the that will be the first anniversary of my first video, and I
Mm.
started my first video was an Attack on Titan video.
Mm.
So I'm kind of hoping to kind of bookend the year a little bit.
Is it going to be something like, what is the rumbling?
What is no, it's looking at kind of looking at the character of Eren Yeager and
Okay.
kind of how the implications that the ending has for like his character and like the differences between how I think people should see him and how a lot of people actually see him. It's that kind of thing. I'm hoping that certain subreddits don't find it. Otherwise, I can see the comments getting very heated.
Oh
Good
no,
thing the
they
dislike.
should. That's engagement.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah. Good thing the dislike button's gone. But
Yeah, dislike button's
yeah,
gone. They're powerless to stop you.
yeah. No, I can say
You know.
whatever I want.
Yeah, exactly.
Comments be damned.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm
Uh,
hoping to get that out soon.
yeah, you're gonna wake up one day and then one of the top comments is gonna be like, "This is the dislike button." You're just like, "Oh no."
This is the dislike button now.
Um, yeah. So I think that's pretty much all we got.
Mm.
Thank you very much. Again, Kai. After Kai, so post Kai. Um,
Mhm.
thank you very much for your submission. This is your first year, right? Doing this?
Yes, it is. Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
I wasn't even posting videos before the first
Mm.
NOVID anyway. So yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it's nice to have you. It's nice to
Mm.
have another. How long you been doing this? A year?
Yeah, Thursday will be the first anniversary of
Mm.
my first video. So yeah,
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, good to have another face in the AniTube community.
cheers. Yeah, cheers. Nice to be
Community
here.
with massive scare quotes.
Yeah.
Um. You know, especially buddy, especially somebody with a voice as smooth as yours.
Oh, thanks.
That is a
Thank you very much.
very smooth voice.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. I thought it would be a bit of a. People have told me it would be a bit of a waste if I didn't do something with it. So, but thank you very
so
much.
yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you very much. Did you want me to put you into the mug raffle?
Uh, yeah, sure. Why not?
All right, cool. And I hope you enjoy your day and early congratulations on your 1 year.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right, so that was Kai After Kai with the film that watches you back. So let me change the color here for the next person. So it makes it a little, I don't know. Let's go with a different color. I don't know. I don't know. What's another color? Let's go with yellow-ish and blue. Yeah, let's go with yellow and blue. Okay, so the next one is going to be next one is Inspira Shamul. Inspira Shamul with The Innocence of Time. Hoseki no Kuni. So, thank you very much, Fortune. I appreciate the kind words. Okay, so let's drag. Give me here.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. How's it going?
It's going well. It's going
Wow, that is amazing. Etc. Etc.
etc. etc. It's a pleasure to
Yeah,
be here. Thank you so much for having me.
yeah. Did you? Thanks for submitting. Um, did you submit one last year? I don't remember.
I did not. I did not know about your channel until I think
Oh,
the beginning of this year.
oh my
So I
God.
did watch the 6 hour plus part 2 of it sometime this year, but just because it was really fun to watch. Like,
The 6 hour one.
yeah,
Oh, that's a long one. Oh, that was Oh, you saw the 6 hour like Novid one?
for 2020, yes,
Yeah, 20.
yes.
Oh my god.
And I was like, hey, this is a really cool idea. I definitely want to participate in the
Well, I
coming year.
guess, I
And
guess
I
on
did.
I guess it's a good thing you participated this year instead of last year, because last year I didn't even have a doodle, so people were
Mhm.
just waiting in voice chat for
Oh my
hours.
goodness. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
it was rough. It was very, very rough. Um, so I feel really bad for them. That's why we have the doodle this time. Okay. Yes. Okay. So, Hoseki no Kuni. I love being lustrous in the land of.
Yes.
But why? Why is time innocent?
That is a good question. That is a good question. So I love just time in general and how it's explored. And
Okay.
Hoseki no Kuni is all about these immortal beings, these immortal gems, and how our author Ichikawa uses that time and the idea of time skips, which is interesting because there was another Novid submission about time skips as well. And this was not as directed as the other one, but I definitely wanted to make some time-related series, and
Mm-hmm.
Hoseki no Kuni is the one I've been roughly releasing like once a month about Hoseki no Kuni since it went on hiatus back in last November, just to keep my interest in the series up and being able to revisit it. So that's how the idea formed.
So I guess the question would be like, give me the skinny. Like, what's the like,
Yeah,
how does it relate?
so usually with time skips, they go by like huge drastic changes pre and post, whether it's like really visual changes or like the character goes through a lot or the setting changes. But with these gems, no matter how much time skips, and we have 3 skips in the series so far, which is 102 years, 220 years, and now as the series went on hiatus in November, we're now currently in the 10,000 year time skip. So we don't actually know what will happen at the end of this really big time skip. And I thought it was really fascinating how no matter how much like conceivable time, which doesn't make sense like for us humans to really comprehend it, but seeing that in these fictional gems moving around and seeing not much change actually happen was really fascinating to me.
Hmm. So the approach of the approach of time is a really interesting facet. Is this a generally like a rare thing that's in analyses of Hoseki no Kuni?
Yes, it's really hard for me to usually find like analyses about Hoseki no Kuni that isn't just about our main character, Phosphophyllite, and it's always about their like character like progression.
Hmm.
And like when I started, like I really didn't have that many like videos that weren't recent, that were like maybe 3 years old, just talking about some of the manga material. But since it's gone on hiatus, there's a lot more videos that I could pick for. So I wanted to continue to do it on Hoseki no Kuni. The idea of time is always something on the back of my mind that I want to try and attempt. So this was how I gave it a shot. And the 3 videos that I picked actually talked about the time and how nostalgia played into it, and how being in the now and in the present is more important than reflecting onto your past or searching for the future. So that's the kind of angle that I decided to take.
Hmm. Was there a particular video like during the in the span of you doing this literature review? Like
Mhm.
was there a particular video that sort of like posited an argument that you found particularly interesting or like relevant to the sort of like claims you were the claims you're making?
Yeah, so I think Natalie X Hunter released a video about 4 months ago, and I hadn't seen it until I started looking around for like videos like, all right, who else has been talking about Hoseki no Kuni that I hadn't like kept up with? And I found their video on the 10,000 year time skip and how this was like such a pivotal moment and how everything kind of worked in that way. And I was like, okay, so there's this one person talking about time and talking about how 10,000 years would take us back to the beginning of civilization, and that's not something that us humans can like conceivably really understand. And then I started digging around like, okay, who else do I remember that talked about time in any kind of way? And kind of went there and found two others that fit.
Hmm. Jose, just give me 1 second.
Mhm.
I totally forgot to change your name title.
Oh,
So,
all good.
whoops. So one of the things that's really fascinating is that um, there's often a kind of like Mahayanan like Buddhist sentiment that comes through
Mhm.
with Hoseki no Kuni. Did you find that particular angle or element to be helpful at all when it came to discussing it in the context of time?
Yes, especially with the idea of letting go of like materialistic things with the like I believe it's Zen Buddhism is what like I kind of looked into. Obviously, I knew like a general idea of Buddhism and like letting go of things, but really going into it. One of the mechanisms that the gems like hold on to memories, which is probably the most important part of their personalities or their identities, is these things called inclusions. And those inclusions can only hold on to so much information until they start discarding the stuff that isn't useful. So as time progresses, how much of the really like long-term form memory like connections are stored, and that is what makes us who we are as people. So I found that really fascinating on how these gems kind of found ways to remember the mundanity of things, or if they chose to forget it all and live a like this sort of ignorance is bliss type of mentality.
Hmm.
Because
Okay.
some of the older gems like yellow diamond has been around for 10,000 years, and they seem to be really forgetful and trying to not remember their past trauma and just live in the moment, and they seem very happy. And while Phos is going through their journey and they're trying to remember their old past and old promises, and that's causing a lot of like tension in their inclusions in their mind.
Hmm. So, one of the things that often gets brought up is the way this. So you also have a sort of like manga incorporation, but one of the things that's brought up is this discussion about how the sort of like 3D CG of the show, right?
Mhm.
So did you find that how that show presented itself was particularly helpful with regards to sort of the claims or the ideas that you're making?
To time particularly, I want to say not really. I do know that like it is super like it is the best like CG show that I've seen. And before I watched Shoseki no Kuni, I was very like 3D CG anime. Ooh, terrible. But like
Ew,
yeah,
gross.
gross, like moving models like that, not 2D. Disgusting. But obviously, like after seeing Hoseki no Kuni, I was like, oh, like this is definitely like something like I'm not actually like disgusted by the style that they took. Like this is really cool and it fits well with the setting. Um, does it fit well with time? I believe that with the first season of the anime, we never actually hit a like long-term time skip. So I wouldn't know until we potentially get a season two. Once they finish up Beastar season three and come back to Hoseki no Kuni, I hope Studio Orange takes that route so we get more anime content. But um, the manga per se uses a lot of like black and white and minimal design, so the negatives really fill the space up, which can't really be captured by the 3D. the anime uses a lot of like fluid motion, which could be related to like the flow of time going from spring into winter as the first season goes. So I am curious to see how they would do it in the future.
Hmm. Are there any other shows that you find similarly fascinating when it comes to this the way in which you've employed time? Like, are there any shows that or any other pieces of work where you find something very similar in terms of what you're seeing with Hoseki no Kuni?
Um, Generally, let's see. I think there's a series called Ajin that also deals with
Oh,
immortal beings
Ajin.
and going through like the repetitive like motions is a way that I like how time is. I wouldn't say that it's exactly the same because generally when we think about time, it's like, oh, this is a time loop or this is like a stretch of period of time. But the way I tried to tackle time in Hoseki no Kuni, I feel was a little too ambitious. It doesn't fully fit with time, but you know, I was giving it a shot. So,
I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense, especially considering that so the reason why I mentioned the Mahayana Buddhist thing, right, is
mhm.
that it's also an element in Zen Buddhism. I'm not a big Buddhist guy myself. I don't know a lot about Buddhism. Um, but one of the things that's really important is that time is absolutely a very central element when it talks about the idea of a sort of a Buddhist apocalyptic vision, because the idea of Mappo is a sort of degradation of. It largely refers to like a state of degradation of piety, as it starts to seep into into the late stages of Dharma.
Mhm.
And it's really funny, it's all talking about in the concept. We're talking about Hoseki no Kuni, and as you're talking about it, it's all in the sense of like 10,000 years. But like 10,000 years is roughly the time period in which that sort of apocalyptic vision is supposed to unfurl.
Oh, interesting.
So it is very funny that the Buddhist concept or a Buddhist concept of apocalyptic end takes 10,000 years. And this is ultimately about discussions about things that are
Yeah.
10,000 years long, you know?
Actually, that fits perfectly with where the story is on hiatus right now. So
Okay, okay. All right,
I
let's do
definitely
this.
gotta
Okay,
look
let's
into
go. Let's
that.
go. Okay, give me the straight analysis. Let's go right now.
Okay, so
Run with it.
Phosphophylite
Mhm.
at this moment of the story has inherited the idea or the concept of a prayer, which could decimate the entire civilization.
Oh.
But it takes 10,000 years for Phosphophylite
Oh.
to first acquire all the memories of the previous user that could pray
Okay.
until they have the ability to pray, which
Oh.
could end in that apocalyptic, like,
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think if you look up Mappo, that might
mhm.
be something, because as far as I can understand, you are a Hoseki no Kuni guy, you know.
Yes,
Um,
yes, yes, yes.
but that might be helpful,
I
in
will
case if you
definitely
ever
check
wanted
that out.
to talk about it in some sort of other element in the future.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, this is So I guess one of the additional questions of out of coming out of this, right, is that so so Novid. So this is your first year. Why did you choose, or how did you come to Hoseki no Kuni as like your choice for this particular submission?
So I tried looking for other things to talk about with like other series that I have like real favorites with, but with the given like time span of 1 month, I had to reread or rewatch a certain like portion of that series to actually feel like I'm confident enough to talk about it.
Okay.
And the one that I've done pretty recently and pretty regularly, almost once a month, was Hoseki no Kuni. So I tried looking at some things like Vinland Saga or a couple others, but I just hadn't touched a lot of my favorites in over a year. So I was like, all right, like let's see what I can do with Hoseki no Kuni because I've been revisiting it so much this past year.
does the so I know that you've been doing it for quite a while, but
Mhm.
does the constraint of like the sort of the 1 month premise, and in addition to the sort of like literature review premise, does it change or shape the way in which you generally approached analysis of Hoseki no Kuni?
It did not. So
Okay.
when I heard about the rules of the literature review, I was like, oh, like I already do this when I like come up with concepts because like to not be redundant in the space or of the like niche that I'm in, it's like,
Mm,
okay, I don't want to repeat what other people are talking about. So let me look up what people have talked about in the space. And
mm,
then I'll go on my own tangent. And generally, like in my references section of my previous videos, I just put like some links or of videos that I've like watched and then I put up, but making that direct link was the new part for the literature review. So it didn't really change too much of what like how I process and write my scripts. The one big thing is for this one I couldn't come up with a script that I was like comfortable with. So I this was my first unscripted Hoseki no Kuni video. So it was definitely something different.
mm.
And I don't know if unscripted is usually the way to go with the literature review, and I don't think it is, but I was, strapped for time, and I had to deal with the first copyright claim that I had to like
Oh
that
yeah.
that never happened. So I was like, okay, well, this is all new. So all of that combined, I was like, all right, we'll just put something out. Like let's get it done.
Yeah, I remember asking you for the link again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Because I countered it, and they're like, no, like this is like we're still gonna like claim it. I was like, okay, like let me see what else I can do. And I
Mm,
changed some stuff around, and it's still up right now. It seems to be working. So
mm.
that was definitely a new experience.
Handling the beauty that is YouTube copyright.
Yes, yes, yes.
Mm.
Thankfully, I hadn't had to deal with it ever before, so I'm glad I got to be able to go through that process. So now I know what to expect.
Oh, it's gonna get wilder. Eventually you get the. Eventually it escalates until you get to the big copyright strike stuff,
Oh yes,
and
oh
then
yes.
YouTube starts asking for your legal name.
Oh no, that is scary.
Um, there's like, we need all your legal information so they could come sue you if you um, and then you say,
Just
try
for
me.
just for some analysis of a niche anime or manga. Yes, yes.
Yep. Yeah. If anybody is not familiar with how the copyright strikes and like counter copyright strikes work, is that they literally ask for like all your legal info. Um, and the reason why is YouTube needs it so that like if the corporation decides to go through with it and sue your ass, they know who to sue. Um, but I give it
Fun,
anyways, and then I say, try me.
of course,
Um,
because they won't do it usually. It's too much work for their end.
yeah, sometimes they might
Sometimes.
try it. Who knows?
Who knows?
Um, so aside from Hoseki no Kuni, are there any other projects that you're working on or that you're thinking of sort of like approaching?
Yes, I have two big projects coming up for 2022. The first one is going through episode by episode for Tatami Galaxy, which is my favorite
Ooh,
anime, which is a big burden. And I released my first episode almost a year ago, so I've been delaying it for a full year trying to find a angle that I want to tackle. So I think I have it for episode two, so I want to put that out because I know that Tatami Blues, which is the sequel for Tatami Galaxy, did get announced. I don't know if it's coming out in 2022 but it is coming out in the foreseeable future.
oh, you're gonna ride that wave.
Yes, gotta ride that way. And then the second project is on Zargoto, which is a light novel series that I read recently this summer. It is
Hmm.
by Nisio Isin. It is his first light novel series work.
Okay.
So that is something that I have seen almost no one talk about and something that I'm really passionate about. So I'm gonna try to find an
Oh,
angle for it. But I can't just use anime clips because it's a light novel series, so I need to figure out a way to make it visually appealing in some way.
I mean, you can always animate the images.
That is true. That is true. I could do that.
Uh, yeah, that's So first of all, anybody who is in the comment section, please leave a question or comment, and then I will make sure that and Spira Shamul gets them. So let's okay, well I gotta show that. So yes. Huh. Okay. Cool. Yep. So Tatami Galaxy, and Zargato, you said?
Yep, and Zaragoto.
Zargato, yeah. Okay. Interesting. So Potnet says Zaragoto is pretty base. The first novel has an OVA.
It does, yes, it does. I did
Are
not
you
like the OVA that much, but
okay? But will you use that to edit the potential footage for your videos?
potentially, yes, yes. That is the initial plan. So I wanted to go like not really volume by volume, but like tackle one thing per volume. So the OVA covers the first volume out of 9 for Zaragoto. So for that particular topic, I would definitely use the OVA footage.
Okay.
And then Tatami Galaxy has a plethora of clips and stuff. Yuasa went all in with it, so plenty of stuff to talk about there.
Interesting. So yeah, I don't really have too much of a follow up after this. So
Perfect.
perfect.
Well, I mean, thank you so much for having me. Like,
I mean, we still okay. So
oh, I mean, we can still
so
talk though. What do you want to talk
so
about?
so
I'm ready.
Ahmed said, "What about Ningen manga?"
Ningen manga. Okay, so that is the spin-off series for Zaragoto. I might cover it potentially, but the Ningen series, which is like a sister series to Zaragoto, isn't fully translated. So I like seeing like the full ending of a series before I try to talk about it because having something in conclusion or at least on like a big break is like I can talk more about that instead of something that goes week to week. But the Ningen
Um,
manga is interesting.
so Study of Swords says the longevity of the gems in the Hoseki no Kuni is remarkably similar to those who appear in Steven Universe. Do you think there could be any influence there?
I have been told that there's a lot of similarities from Hoseki no Kuni to Steven Universe with like the naming of the gems, but I haven't seen Steven Universe myself outside of a couple clips. So I know there's a I think periodot and a yellow diamond, but other than that, I do not know too much about it myself.
Okay. Whimsy Deers asks, aside from Tatami Galaxy, what's your favorite Yuasa?
My favorite Yuasa other than Tatami Galaxy. I don't believe I've seen any other Yuasas fully. I remember watching the first episode of Devilman Crybaby and I
Okay.
wasn't vibing with it. I did like Cat Soup. I believe he did that. I think that's a short film. No, it's just Tatami Galaxy at the moment. I do need to check out his other work. I checked out there's this seasonal anime that came out in the summer called Sunny Boy, who the director was the director for episode 6 in Tatami Galaxy, which was my favorite episode in Tatami Galaxy. So the director's name I think is Natsumi, and Sunny Boy was definitely a trip and gave me a lot of Tatami Galaxy vibes. And the cool part is that that same director for Sunny Boy was announced to be the director for the sequel for Tatami Galaxy. So
Okay.
it will be interesting. So check out
So
Sunny Boy.
So, so Sadokado says Hyoka video series when?
Hyoka video series. So replay value has covered Hyoka enough. I don't need to touch it. I love replay value's whole playlist there. Like there's nothing more that I can add to that discussion. Go watch replay value's playlist.
Okay, so Mega Turtles 10 says tell Inspiration Will to make a video on Nisei Monogatari.
No, thank
LOL.
you. I just watched it recently. It was definitely not something that I like. So
Okay.
we'll put it to that.
So Potnet asked, what is your favorite work from Nishio Isin?
My favorite work from Nisio Isin. I believe it's called The Forgetful Detective. It is a very fascinating story about a detective that is forgetful.
Oh,
I don't know how much
interesting.
I don't know how much I want to go into spoiler territories there, but there is a light novel version of it. I read the manga adaptation of the light novel series because it went to its conclusion with 5 volumes. The artwork is great. I really like the main character, who is I think her name is Kyoka or Kyoko. She's really fascinating, and the mechanic that Nisio Isin uses with the forgetfulness of memories is very fun and creative.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, it seems like we are out of comments.
All
So,
right.
I think that might be it. Once again, thank you for your submission. I appreciate it.
And thank you for having me.
Yeah, anytime. Anytime. Did you want me to add you to the raffle?
Yes, please.
Okay. Uh, all right, and so that is pretty much it. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you
And
so
I hope
much.
you enjoy your night. And looking forward to the Tommy Galaxy work.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys later. Peace.
Okay, so that was Inspiration with Innocence of Time, Hoseki no Kuni. And so that brings us to the next person. So next one here is Jingo. So Jingo is No One Understands Butterflies. So let's sort of let's change the color for a second. Let's do something. I don't know. Let's go with green, and I don't know. Blue. Yeah. Okay. Let's go with that. So Jingo. Okay.
Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, let me up your volume for a bit here. Okay, hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Am I
Yeah,
lagging?
you're still a little quiet, but all right. Okay.
Yeah, I'll up my volume.
Okay. Um.
Hello.
Okay, there we are. Yes. Okay. Now
All right.
you are good. Study of Swords has already pulled out the no one ever suspects the butterfly.
No one understands. No.
So I guess the question is, what does no one ever understand about the butterfly?
Well, I guess first of all, it's a reference to the dream of the butterfly, which is like an ancient Chinese story. And yeah, I guess that's it.
Okay.
Wait.
Did uh, Okay, sorry, that caught me off guard with how short it was. Um, okay. Do you want to maybe briefly explain like the butterfly story?
Um, oh, maybe I'll start over, with the butterfly thing. So
Okay.
with the ping pong thing is the butterfly. People don't really understand the full picture of it on YouTube. Like most of the ping pong videos on YouTube are they're mostly like people gushing about it, like very personal videos, which I actually really like, like people relating it to their own personal experiences with sports.
Mm.
Have you watched ping pong or?
Yeah.
Okay, so the thing about the butterfly is people only look at the wings metaphor and how it symbolizes how smile is weak and fragile, like the wings of a butterfly. And what I say in my video is that there's a lot more points to that, which is one, it also represents the beauty of Smile's personality. No one mentioned that. And the second thing is how people misinterpret the what do you call it? The theme of metamorphosis. They take a very Western take. They have a very Western take where it's the complete rejection of the old self. The complete rejection of the caterpillar. Whereas the Eastern take is more about self acceptance. Like uh, realizing that the butterfly and the caterpillar, they're two sides of the same coin. They're the same thing. And Smile's arc is pretty much that. It's people trying to fit him into their own molds, not really considering who Smile is as a person. And that doesn't work because that's also the Western view of it. And it only works um, when Pecco really accepts Smile as who he is because he's the only one who understands Smile. Yeah, yeah, and that's it.
Okay. So so I guess this so let's focus on let's focus on this like concept of metamorphosis, right? Um
All right.
so so why what is the sort of what's the importance in terms of like the difference between like a Western concept of metamorphosis versus like an Eastern one? Like why is that distinction important?
I don't really know exactly why the Western take is a rejection. All I know is that it is.
Oh, okay.
Like when I look at the takes on like the anime forums and whatnot, yeah, that's really the take that people have. Not really about self acceptance.
Mm. So you've so if I recall correctly, you've also used there was a mention I believe of persona, right?
Yeah, I
Um
mean it's basically the same thing, right?
mhm. Oh, sorry. I thought there was going to be more to that.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Wait. So in Persona,
Yeah.
it's basically about people facing their real selves and rejecting their personas, which is like their fake selves. And that's pretty much the same thing as in ping pong. Yeah. And they also
Mm.
use the butterfly as well. So yeah.
Do you find this so I don't know like how much you've sought out or watched media properties like with like butterflies in like anime and manga, but do you find like this to be like a common or recurring theme, or is this something that
I mean, it's not even common. Like every time a butterfly appears in anime or like any Eastern movie, whether it be Chinese or Korean, Japanese, the butterfly always refers to that old story of the dream. Yeah.
Um. So, so Alan's knee said, "I forgot the topic of the video." So okay, I guess I guess just give him the skinny of the video.
Well, I mean,
Like,
I
give-
just did though.
Oh, okay. Give. I guess.
What about the next comment by Whimsy?
Yeah. Okay. So okay, I guess we're already into the asking questions section of this. Okay. So Whimsy asks, do you think Kafka's Metamorphosis has made Western culture view the process of metamorphosis as a more negative / horrifying experience?
Whoa. I mean, I did read Metamorphosis back in high school. I think that's a completely different take, though. Like, because he just, becomes a cockroach. And what is it? Like, people. I actually don't know.
So I don't know. There's something funny about the way in which you just kind of just like brusquely respond. It's like I don't know. I think he's different because he just becomes a cockroach, man.
Yeah, I mean, he does. It's like
Yeah.
people don't consider him as a human anymore, I think. And I guess that's is a form of rejection.
Mhm.
I don't know. I haven't read Metamorphosis in like, saying 6 years or something.
Yeah, Gregor Sims. So he wakes up. He turns out he's a giant bug. But then he's just like,
Yeah.
bro, I gotta get to work, otherwise my boss is gonna write me up.
I mean, yeah.
And then spoilers. The story ends with the family on a train going, "Damn, do you remember that time we had a cockroach in the family?"
I mean, yeah.
So I guess the question is what. It's very difficult. It's very. You know what? I'll just ask it anyways. We got a lot of time. So what does tend to be, or often tends to be, the sort of what tends to be the subject for ping pong on like AnyTube? Is it specifically about like this like butterfly imagery of like flying?
Not really. There's not really like a lot of analytical content about ping pong. It's mostly just people giving an overview and then they just, they gush about it, which is nice. I really like a lot of those videos. But as for analytical content, I think there's not much of it other than the 3 videos I mentioned.
Okay. So it was really down to the wire here.
Yeah, I didn't really have a lot of references when it comes to AnyTube.
Okay. So Study of Swords says it always refers to the dream of the butterfly. I'm not sure I agree with that. That's a limited perspective.
I'm sorry. It almost always. Yeah.
You just-
I mean,
just-
I only looked at ping pong, I can't really recall anything else. Maybe I remember in the Cowboy Bebop movie, there was a really big theme with a butterfly. It represents that life is just a dream or something. But I don't think they really take that approach when it comes to ping pong. So, yeah.
I do know that in Busou Renkin, the main antagonist,
I remember that.
Yeah, is a guy named Papillon,
Yeah.
and he becomes a butterfly in skin tight outfits.
I remember that. That's the one with the sword that looks like an arrow, I think.
Yeah. Does that change or affect the way in which you've approached the
Actually,
butterfly?
I actually don't remember anything about it.
Okay. Well, you don't remember papillon?
No.
um. So okay. So were there So I guess were there any other moments or elements in ping pong? So you mentioned that analysis of ping pong on YouTube is fairly limited. But were there any sort of like moments or scenes in ping pong that you were hoping somebody had touched upon or somebody had like grappled with?
Yeah, well, actually, it's a really obscure idea that I actually don't really understand, but there was this like random blog post where they talk about how Peko is supposed to symbolize the Buddha, you know, and he's supposed to symbolize like this enlightened one, and supposedly there's a lot of stuff relating to that, but no one talked about it.
Dang.
I mean, yeah. How about we look at the comments?
You're just gonna go back to the comments. So Whimsy says, I think sometimes the butterfly symbolizes death or souls in Eastern symbolism.
Yeah, I mentioned that in the pinned comment on my video, how it represents like the when people there's like folk tales about people self-sacrificing, sacrificing themselves for their loved ones, and then they come back as a butterfly, to symbolize like their beautiful soul, just like Smile, how he sacrifices himself for other people because he's afraid of hurting them. Yeah, I thought that was pretty nice.
So Jake Twister says butterflies in paprika though.
I actually haven't watched Paprika.
Okay. Well, he also said I think Millennium Actress had a butterfly.
Yeah, I haven't watched that either. I watched Perfect Blue though. It was
Okay.
nice.
Oh, okay. Um. So how'd you come across this? So how'd you come across this like butterfly position? Like, are you interested in the butterfly as a sort of like symbol, or?
Um, I was actually researching about like Eastern philosophies, Taoism and Buddhism, because I was doing research for this other manga that I'm trying to analyze, and I just I came across a butterfly story, and I watched Ping Pong. I rewatched it like 3 months ago, and then you came out with the NOVID prompt, and I'm like, okay.
Interesting. So, I was trying to figure out a way to like smoothly segue into this question, but there's no way to do it. So I guess I might as well just do it. In Shangshou's like dream of the butterfly, one of the elements of that dream was that it's very difficult to know whether he just had a dream about being a butterfly or if he's a butterfly dreaming about being a poet and philosopher.
No, that's actually a mistranslation because
Oh,
in the
interesting.
in the Eastern or in the Western translation, they use the word "I,"
Okay.
which implies that what the Jiang Zhou is he remembers being a butterfly when the key point is he does not remember being a butterfly. So you can't really tell which
Mm.
one is real, the philosopher or the butterfly, and the story is supposed to be in the third person view.
Mm. So one of the elements, right? One of the elements of that is yeah, so one of the elements is that this sort of the challenge of understanding the sort of discursive limits of like the thing, um
What do
does
you mean the
that
thing?
sort of like understanding sort of like the waking versus dreaming, like what sort of like limits are actually there, um has that has that been a concern with regards to your analysis of ping pong?
Understanding the wait, what? The
So like,
dream.
yeah, so like when he's like awake versus when he's dreaming, part of the difficulty, right, is like understanding like, is this a like a waking moment or is this like a dreaming moment? Is
And
this
how that
like,
relates to ping pong.
yeah.
So I take the approach of duality. How do I explain it? So um, yeah, I think like Smile, his character arc is basically him realizing that he should accept his other side of himself, and his two sides is like good sides and bad sides is supposed to be symbolized by the duality of the butterfly story, how it's he's a butterfly and he's a philosopher, and it's about realizing that you're both the philosopher and the butterfly. Does that
Okay.
make any sense?
I think it does. Yeah. I think it does. Uh,
Yeah, I think I thought about it
the
in my video. Yeah.
the comments have kind of boiled back to the butterfly shows up here as well. Pondnet says Metal Gear Solid 3 had butterflies.
And true.
So
True.
so what are your thoughts
Yeah.
on that? Does
I
that
never
shape
played
the way
Metal
in which you
Gear.
approach that?
I mean, it's probably like a reference to the Zhong story because it's from Japan. I don't know. And then the Kendrick Lamar butterfly.
Yeah, so
Maybe.
Kendrick Lamar's To Pimp a Butterfly had a butterfly. Is that also part
Yeah.
of the Zhangzhou story? That one
No.
didn't come from Japan.
Yeah. That's very we got oversimplification.
Um so I guess one of the things here, right? So of course this discussion about when we're talking about East versus like West, or like sort of a Western understanding of like something like butterfly dreams, or Western audiences understanding these versus like, say, I don't know, maybe like an Eastern one. This will always, of course, bring up the question of does this mean, or would this imply that there is a quote unquote appropriate audience for ping pong?
Um, Maybe. Um, I mean, anyone can watch it. I guess if you're from the West, there's maybe a lesser level of, I don't know, comprehension, because it does have a lot of like references to Japanese stuff, like how, I don't know, like Peko is a reference to the candy company, right? Peko or something, like the mascot. And I guess there's a lot of like Japanese sensibilities in ping pong that maybe Western people can't really relate to. I don't know.
I'm not trying to trip you up here, you know.
Yeah, I know. It's all good.
I'm just running out of questions, you know. Uh, Jake said, Jake says, was there made a solid distinction between symbolism and metaphor in the West and the East?
You mean like specifically the butterfly? Or
I don't know. That's the question he asked.
I mean, depends on the symbol. I don't know.
Whimsy says a bug's life has a butterfly.
Yeah, bugs. Yep. Yes, sir.
Oh yeah. Um. Yeah. So, do most of the Do most of the analysis of ping pong like largely revolve around these sort of like personal stories with regards to like how they like frame their analysis?
Um, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
the analysis, honestly, there's not really that much analysis available online, like that goes, really deep, because ping pong is a very personal story, and I guess it really resonates with the people. And most of it is just people sharing how ping pong relates to their own experiences with sports. How they relate to like one specific character and
Mhm.
stuff.
Did you relate to it because of your experiences with sports?
Not really.
Okay. How did you get into ping pong?
Okay, ping pong. It was in my planned watch list. So wait, I just watched.
You're just like, yeah, I just watched it. It's like, yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Um, JPSECFN said Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker had butterflies.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's sort of flip the question around here. Is there an anime or manga with a depiction of a butterfly or the use of the butterfly imagery that like really tripped you up? Like, was there one where you were just like, I cannot figure out why this was done this way?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, this is pretty clear. Like most of it is just a reference to it. I can't really think of anything other than like Cowboy Bebop, Metal Gear Solid, and yeah, I did not think this through. So
Okay. Well, no worries. This is this is a hot seat. This is a hot seat stream. Asking all the hard
yeah.
questions like, how did you get into ping pong? Um,
Mm.
you know. Um. Okay. Um. Do you feel like, or are you worried that if we talk about the butterfly in all of these like as like couched in this very specific dream or dream story, were you ever concerned, or did you ever consider the possibility or the potential that um that it might have like shaped or sort of very heavily influenced the way you've approached like most of the imagery of like of the butterfly?
Yeah,
Were
yeah.
you ever concerned that like, oh, what if this, it might not even have to be ping pong, right? But it could be like something else where you're just like, maybe this might not be a reference to the butterfly.
Well, the funny thing is like most of the stuff I consume is just anime and manga. So
So it's
yeah,
just like a
when it comes to
self-selecting sample.
well, when it comes to Western, it's mostly like metamorphosis. That's it. I don't
Hmm.
really see anything else.
But
But
what about
for
Jonathan Fowles, the collector, where he collects butterflies and then he says, I'm going to collect the most beautiful butterfly of them all, and then he traps a little girl in a pit?
oh, I guess that's supposed to symbolize a little girl.
Does that
What?
represent the dream? Is that also a
Oh,
reference
I
to the
guess that,
dream?
yeah, that represents the what do you call it, the fragility and the beauty of butterfly.
Okay.
So
Oh, I see. Interesting. So this discussion of fragility and beauty, there's a discussion of fragility and beauty of the butterfly. Do you see that in anime and manga, or is it oftentimes this discussion about like metamorphosis or dream?
yeah, I definitely see it. I mean, it's in ping pong, and um, I guess I remember in the Cowboy Bebop movie because I watched it recently. I think it also represents how fragile the
Hmm.
main villain's philosophy is.
Okay.
Um, yeah, how fragile it is and how beautiful it is because it's so idealistic, or something like that. I don't know.
Nice. No, that's cool. That's interesting. Yeah, so I think we are at the Podnet said, have you read The Caterpillar That Could?
No, I've not.
So yeah. So that's I think we're at that time. I think we are at that time now. Thank you very much, Jingo.
All right.
For
Yeah, thanks for having me.
this really interesting, actually, this really interesting take on ping pong and the butterfly. Like I'm like vaguely familiar with like the dream of the butterfly, because it comes up sometimes. It came up in Slavoj Žižek's book, The Sublime Object of Ideology. But it is really interesting, like seeing it like actually like worked out as like a thing or as like an like a element of analysis. So it was a very interesting video in that context.
All right.
So yeah, I quite enjoyed it. Is there anything you want to like shout out or pitch or anything?
Oh yeah, check out my channel. I talk about like some weird manga, very obscure manga. Maybe you'll like it, maybe
Okay.
you won't. And yeah.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Did you want me to add you to the raffle?
No, I own it. Yeah, no need.
All
Yeah,
right. No worries.
because I live in like Asia, and the shipping is like
Okay.
really bad.
$7 million.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. I will see you later. And
All right, thank you.
enjoy your. Well, you live in Asia, so enjoy your day.
Yeah, it's 10 a.m. All right.
Okay, so that was Jingo, and no one understands butterflies. So the next person here is Pie and Chicken Eater. So give me 1 second here. All right, so Pie and Chicken Eater, with quintessential quintuplets, Yotsuba does have an arc. Okay, so let me. Hello, hello.
Oh, how's everything going with you?
Not too bad, not too bad. So I assume it's like 3 in the morning, 2 or 3.
Where I'm at, it's 3 a.m. I've just come off my shift. I was working in a bar till I did like 5:30 in the evening till about 2:30, doing clean up. So just finished it off. I was slightly worried that I was like, oh God, is it going to be the same as yesterday? Where yesterday, basically, I had to spend until 3 a.m. so it's a half an hour just to make sure everything was clean because of how busy it was. However, today was a lot more nice. So I was able to arrive on time.
Yeah, because I remember you. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I gotta change the lighting so people can tell by lighting. Oh my god. Yeah, because I remember that you mentioned that like you may be late, but no, you came in right on time.
Yeah. Yeah, I was a bit worried about that.
You're based out of the UK, right?
Yeah, I'm based out of the UK.
Okay. Wow. Every person that I know from the UK apparently works in food services. So
interesting fact about me is I literally live like a bus drive journey, like about 20 minutes away from where Giddock is from in Brighton. So it's not that far away.
Oh, okay.
That's the interesting fact I've got for you.
Oh, interesting. Oh, you're also a frontline worker. Fascinating. In the trenches.
Oh, God. It's not the end of the world.
Okay, so quintessential quintuplets. Yotsuba does have an arc, so I don't know a lot about the sort of discussion revolving around quintessential quintuplets. So when I saw the title saying Yotsuba doesn't have an arc, I was kind of surprised that that people were saying that. So what's the skinny? What are people saying about Yotsuba? Why are they saying she doesn't have an arc?
Okay, now do you want part of this basically contains a lot of spoilers for the series. So I can talk about it without spoilers, or I can talk about it with spoilers. But what way do you want to talk about it?
I personally do not mind. I've already I did that thing where I read like 50 chapters, and then I was just like, all right, how does this end? I just read the ending.
Yeah.
Um
Yeah. Well, the series, the problem a lot of people have with this series is that I'm just going to start with the spoilers, is that Yotsuba wins. That's the spoiler ending. That's the big spoiler. I've ruined it for everyone. I've somehow ruined your happiness and ripped it out your heart. But
the British are doing it again.
Well, we have to. We have to do it. It's in our nature. Yeah, but that's the end. That's the big spoiler, and that's the end of it. But the thing that people had a lot of problems with is she doesn't really have her own arc. There's a couple of like minor mini arcs throughout the series. Like there's an arc where she goes shopping with Futuro-kun, and that's like, oh, and she basically takes him to all the places her sisters really like. And at the very end, she takes him. Basically, she has like run-ins, and then she takes him to where she likes, the place that she likes to take him, and that's that big step. But the reason why people don't like her winning, as I said, due to the arc, but is because the other characters are a bit more fleshed out. Well, that's the mildly. Some characters have like a major arc, as in they change personalities drastically over the course of the series, or they're shown in different lights, and it makes you more sympathetic to the reasons why. Whereas with Yotsuba, at the start, she's very supportive of Futuro-kun throughout all of it, but at the start, she's acting more like a sort of side gag sort of character.
Okay.
So not like it doesn't seem like she's going to be the main love interest or anything like that. And that was the key problem throughout the series. There wasn't really this massive sexual overriding tension, or this really hardcore I want to be with this person, loads of proclamations of love throughout the series, until the end where Futuro makes up his mind. It's like, I want to be with you. And basically a lot of people didn't buy that, because it's like, why did you want to be with her when all these other girls went through all these tragic arc stories, such as Miku basically becoming a bad person, or Ninu. Ninu basically went from attempting to drug him to get rid of him on the first episode, in the first couple of chapters. So for that to becoming a person who actively campaigns, I love you, I want to be with you, in about chapter 70, 80-ish. So a lot of the people are like, why? Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not the best with precision. But yeah, so a lot of people are like, why is she picked? And my entire video was basically going over some popular videos on the topic and being like, this is actually, and pointing out, hey, she does have an arc. She does slowly progress over time. And as it can be explained later, and that she doesn't, although her arc isn't one of, she starts off being an absolute horrible person. Like she starts off murdering kittens. And at the end, she's some warm-hearted, lovely person. She doesn't go through that dramatic arc. Instead, her arc is, ironically enough, focused on the opposite direction in a way. That her arc, she starts off really nice, really polite, and she always wants to help everyone out, much to her own detriment during exam times, etc. And we understand. And later on, there's a backstory drop to why that is. And throughout all of her arc, is like, I don't want to be with Futuro, not because I don't love him, because I love him really too much in a way, but because she wants her sisters to basically go out with him instead. So that was like the key. That was a key thing pointed out. So there was that, and the fact that, as I pointed out at the end of my video, one of the, I can't remember exactly which video it was, but one of the videos I referenced right at the end pointed out that a lot of people fell in love with Miku as a character and loved her progression because they themselves were that sort of lonely, were basically very lonely and had a lot of social anxiety as well. And they saw Miku slowly coming to grips with that and improving her own lifestyle and getting better as a person. And then suddenly, Futuro doesn't choose her, she chooses something else. It felt very hard-hitting, rejecting her, Miku and them at the same time, rather than not. Whereas in reality, basically, a lot of people found Yotsuba to be a better person. Well, he preferred to be with Yotsuba because Yotsuba, to him, just carried on supporting him throughout the entire arc. Whereas Miku has been a bit of I learned to support you over time and grow to improve herself.
So when you say that, like, more people like sided with Miku because, like, they see she's a lonely person and she like sort of like moves out of that. You mean that like she's more like a sympathetic character?
Yeah,
Like,
she's a
okay.
lot more. She's a lot more Yeah, you can tell I've just come off a long night
Okay.
shift and I'm basically.
I was gonna be like,
surviving
are you just calling people who read quintessential quintuplets lonely?
No, I'm not calling them lonely. I'm saying that there's a high chance they are lonely, but I'm not calling all of them
Interesting.
lonely.
Go on. Expand
go on,
on
let me
that.
dig myself a bigger pit. Just dig myself a bigger pit.
Yeah.
So go
see,
on.
yeah. Okay, but
Yeah.
okay. So you mean like her arc makes her more sympathetic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Her arc makes her a lot more sympathetic and a lot more relatable to a lot of
Okay.
people. So it's a case of, you build up all this relatability over time, and then suddenly, bang, rejection hits hard, hits you like a stone. It's the same with Miku. There's also, to its detriment, which makes it a lot worse, there's also the final panel before the confession. There's a scene of Miku running, crying, and hugging her sister. So it really hurts there. She's like, oh, Miku's sad. I'm sad. It's basically a middle finger like, fuck you guys. I want to go out with this girl instead. So.
Well, that really does sell the sort of like sympathetic character kind of thing, right? Where it's just like, oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Okay, that's really interesting. Is the lack of attention, or I guess possibly sometimes the criticism of Yotsuba as a character, do you think that might be as a result of like certain underlying expectations about how like people might think character should be written or stories with characters should be told?
I agree with that in a way, but there was the big problem with Yotsuba is the fact that there's a lot of backstory in the past which affected the future, affected her character arc at the start how she was like at the beginning, and that wasn't revealed till later on. But the problem with if you get a certain expectation of, oh, this is how the character acts in the beginning, you're more likely to think, oh, this is what the character's going to be throughout the series. Whereas in Yotsuba's case, it's not the case. And that can be incredibly detrimental to some characters. In the case of Yotsuba, it's because of the fact she's played as a lot of a comedic sort of gag character at the start. And what happened was, so if you portray a character as a comedic gag character at the start, who does help you out, etc., and basically a character which seems to be I'm a supporting character. Like, during the festival arc, which is the first arc of the first major arc, they basically go and hang around festival. Her entire bit is that she hangs out with his sister and she makes a lot of good friends with it, but she isn't with him all the time. And you think to yourself, that seems like something a friend would do, not someone who immediately wants to be attracted to you. So it's that sort of, this person isn't interested in them. And then it's later revealed on, yes, she is, but she doesn't want to basically upstage her sisters. So it has that effect of, it feels like the character, in a way, has been set up at the start to be, we're not really meant to be designing this character as a love interest. But she actually is in love with him and actually is a love interest. Which it sounds like a retcon as you're moving forward, like the author changed his mind. However, the biggest thing I've learned from researching for this video was that Yotsuba was always meant to be the winner throughout all of it. So it was always going to happen this way, which makes it feel slightly more realistic and less of a retcon, but at the same time just feels a bit off. But the other thing that really hurt her, in my opinion, from people's eyes, is just the fact that a lot of her sisters had a lot more compelling traits and a lot more of that drama surrounding him, the main character. And when you have that drama, you have that, they like him, they like her, etc. going on. More characters more likely to think, they should be a couple, they should be a pairing. They're always together. They're always basically having this argument or having something involved with one another. Why shouldn't they be together? Whereas with Yotsuba, her entire character arc is, she doesn't treat the main character like a piece of shit most of the time. Look, she's nice to him. Look, she's not incredibly horrible to him all the time. Or, she didn't immediately start by drugging him. Look, she wants to actually study and try and improve herself. And it's something like that, which for a lot of people is like, I don't understand. This character started off as a really nice person and still remained a really nice person at the end and was picked by the main character to be with them. Even though the main character, by the way, made it clear, hey, I have to choose one of you five, but I don't really want to choose. So it's the case of the author saying, hey, I could do a harem ending, but fuck you, that's technically never going to happen in real life. So here you go, here's the actual winner.
So, like I said, right? I think I read like the first like 50 chapters, and then I read the ending. So it is interesting you mentioned this. It is interesting you mentioned the point of just like Yotsuba has never. I guess apparently she's just like never been like a shitty person.
Well,
She's just
actually, she
go
did.
on.
She's never been a shitty. I'll put it this way: she never was a shitty person. While basically after she met Futuro, from Futuro's perspective,
Okay.
that's the way I put it.
Okay. So
That's
this
Peter.
is, yeah. I mean, like it's funny because I think that kind of generally, I think that it's funny that kind of that generally like makes sense, in a sort of quasi more grounded relationship kind of way, because I think that many people won't really start a relationship with someone who's like actively horrible to them.
The thing.
This the sort of like imagery of like, I don't know, like tsundere is I don't know how fun that would be to pursue a relationship with a tsundere in real life.
The thing is, with a lot of the tsundere relationships where they try and portray, there's
Yeah.
always a case of, oh, there's this moment, or there's the person is bad, but they're bad for a very specific reason, and then that slowly gets better. With regards to Nino, she seems like she was really. I guarantee I'll get loads of Nino stands basically coming up and saying you're misinterpreting it, but she seemed coming off to me as though she was. She didn't want the Quints to basically split up because this guy was coming in. Therefore, she'd be territorial of them, didn't want them splitting up. At the same time, in my head, I'm like, if all 5 of you guys actually studied and worked together as a study group, why would this new person coming in somehow split you and rip you guys apart? It kind of felt to me like a bit contrived of, oh, I don't like him. Well, just from point blank reason, then a case for that. The other thing with a lot of the tsundere love interests that they do thrive on is that they don't always basically is that with, I'm trying to think of one. With, for example, in high school DxD with Konako, they basically say, oh, this person has had mass trauma in the past and therefore basically distrusts people, distrusts men, doesn't like being close to people. And that's why, and then, after time of meeting and being with this person, I'm going to warm up to them. Similar to like a cat, which is ironic in a way. But that sort of aspect of it, of, they're cold and then they get warmer meeting up to it. However, if there's not a real compelling reason at the start of, this is why I'm super cold and don't like you, then you kind of think, this person's just being a dick because they want to be a dick. It's like in The Simpsons, some people are just jerks. There's no real way to put it that way. It's like, yeah, okay. And then immediately like, I fell in love with you, etc. You're like, yeah, there has been an arc, which has been really interesting, but I'm still going to remember you as, you were basically a real bitch to me before, and then it's not going to improve. And speaking of this, I might as well talk about Miko. I know some people who've gone out with at university, people who had mental illnesses and had mental health problems. It's not. Some of them, they've got better over time, but it's not a whole, song and dance, you're going to heal this person up and it being magical, all well done, fairies and rainbows. It is difficult and they struggle with it. But this person will probably relapse and they're not going to somehow heal themselves to magic. They do struggle with it, and it does get hard and difficult at points. From his perspective, would you really want to push for that sort of relationship if you have a person who's always supported you, been basically trying to make you a better person and tried to help you all the way? Why would you want to go the massive difficult route rather than be with a loving person who wants to be with you? It's a bit contrived, but
so with these sort of conclusions, like how do you think that affects the way in which like people relate to Yotsuba being the choice? How do you think that people do you think like this sort of like division of like real versus like fictional relationships, does it play a role, you think, in terms of how people approach like Yotsuba as being a choice in this the one that he marries?
Partly because a lot of people have this, especially if you haven't been in relationships or deep relationship. Long people have this glamorized version of what relationships are actually like, and which is never always the case. So a lot of people did not like Yotsuba. Well, people didn't think he should be with Yotsuba because the fact that she didn't struggle, she didn't have to have some sort of major turning point of being. She was unhappy at the start, and therefore she gained more happiness over the time. And it's the idea being that no, you don't have to undergo a huge horrific event, not horrific event, but undergo a massive character change or massive event to like someone and be with them. You shouldn't have to change dramatically your own personality or who you are to love somebody or to be with them. It's that sort of idea that did affect it in a way. This whole anime does glamorize that sort of relationship aspect. But the other reason is similar with events such as, Domestic Girlfriend of all mangas. People do like picking a number. Basically, like, I am this team, I'm Team Miku, and rooting with it all the way through. And a lot of those team picking stuff occurs very early on. And if you have a character which is not seen as being this is the character which is going to do a lot of character development and improve, that's the number which people usually staple their ticket onto. Like a lot of people are Team Miku. Compared to that, a lot of other teams, a lot of people, when their team doesn't win, as you can tell by football and whatever, are going to be unhappy and disappointed that other person won. And what I noticed more and more of is when you actually deep down into the actual conversation about the end of Quince, a lot of it is, I really don't like it because Yotsuba didn't have an arc, or they needed to basically ham-fist an arc in there for her. They felt the ending was rushed, which is something I actually agree with. I think that once they did, they should have done similar to Kaguya-sama. They should have continued on after the relationship rather than just decapitating it at the end. So that problem is that, and so that with that, no, that's the second part. And so people basically, what happened was, there's the whole mystery aspect of who's going to win. And then once there's the winner, you feel your team's lost, end of game, rant, why has it happened? Why has that happened, etc. And that's ruined this, and that sort of day to dampen on your mood, and you're going to basically not view the winner as legitimate. But on top of that, and especially if it's at the end, a couple of chapters, basically it felt like a afterthought of, oh, look, this is what Miku does, this is what Itsuki does, this is what Neo does, etc. It just feels like it's just been stapled on at the end to basically wrap up the series as fast as possible. You feel a real, oh, I lost. And it just leaves you sinking for a while, rather than if it had been wrapped up properly, the ending hadn't been rushed, you'd have at the end felt, oh, Yotsuba perhaps did deserve to win. Oh, look, these characters did make their own journeys and journeys. Oh, they may have not won, basically, mad Futaro, but at the same time, they did have a good time, but they did improve their lives. They are better people as a result. And they are going to make better decisions as an adult because of the effect that Futaro had on them. They didn't they did win, but they didn't get Futaro at the end.
If anybody is in the currently in the comments section right now, if you have any questions, and comments for Pie and Chicken Eater, and or if you want to disagree with who the best girl is in this sort of finagling, this pentagonal warfare, leave it in the comments section. I'll read it out. Anyhow, so it's really interesting that you mentioned this idea of like picking a number and then like running with it. Just like sticking to like a specific kind of, like a ship, right? Shipping, I guess. Yeah, just like running with a particular pair.
Yeah, like falling in love with a football team. Like, I support the Vikings. I want them to win, and they win, and they lose. So it's that sort of idea as well, and being angry about it. Sorry, my friend's a huge Vikings fan.
I wonder why that is. Like, why do, like, I can understand for something like, like sports and whatnot, like fighting and all that kind of stuff, competing against each other, the thrill of all of that. But why something like romance? Why do people so strongly attach themselves to a romantic interest and then, oftentimes see through it thick and thin?
Well, that goes into a lot of why do you support certain teams and try and push them through thick and thin. With regards to this novel, it's because the fact that at the start they were like, there's going to be a winner. One of these girls is going to marry him. It's like Futuro. Futuro is the prize. It's the it's the FA Cup final. It's the Super Bowl. It's the big event. That's the winner. So one of these girls is going to win him. Let's see how that happens. So you watch it you read it with bated breath, going, oh god, is this going to affect it going up? And you basically fill up these massive diagrams and go into details like, look, Yotspa touched the ring finger. That means she's going to marry him. But wait, someone ran and hugged him and kissed him underneath the belt pull. That means they're going to beat each other forever. Oh god! But on the other hand, that could quite easily be Itsuku. Oh look, it's Yotspa might have some leverage there. Or oh look, Nina's actively confessed that she loves him. And Itsuku's trying to go behind the back and try to sabotage Miku. It's the whole, who's going to win? I'm all excited. Yeah. So it's like love is war. It's very funny. So it's the whole excitement of who's going to win. So, and the author does an amazing job up until the final part of keeping you on your edge. The first part of the manga is basically setting the stage. This is when they're like, hey, these are the characters, these are the teams, this is how the teams are organized, this is the reason, these are the people they're in love with, this is what their plan is, and you just watch them basically battle out to try and win the heart of this guy. And you see deception, you see them trying to one-up each other, and throughout all of this, and you get this excitement because you see stuff like, oh, look, Nina's making an alliance with Miku to basically take down Ichika because Ichika faked herself, pretended to be Miku, and tried to win. So, and she went through all of that. So you have all that tension, all that build-up, and then it gets to the final couple of chapters, and you're like, okay. And Futo basically goes up to them and stares them down, and basically an author self-insert says, hey, I'm tired of basically writing this shit. One of these girls is going to win. They're getting 2 chapters each, and then you're going to see the winner. You go, oh my god, I wonder who's going to win. Does the order matter? Does anything matter? Do you have the excitement going through that? And all the final 2 chapters of all of the characters are basically, oh, this is why the character loves Futuro, this is their attachment to it. And throughout the entire bit, of it, you've heard stuff like Miku trying to basically forge an alliance of Nino to get back at Ichika, because Ichika basically pretended to be Miku and tried to eject her. You have Nino making a big statement, how I love you, basically telling Futuro she loves her, and you have Itsuku basically trying to fall in love with, basically trying to be her mother and trying to make Futuro fall in love with him. You have all that excitement, and then when you look at what Yotsuba does throughout this entire arc, 90% of it is, oh, I will help you guys out. Oh, it's my fault that Miku and Ichika are fighting. I feel bad about it. And the whole build of it is like, oh, and there's a conversation in the bus in Kyoto, which I don't know if it's in the anime, but it's in the manga, where where Yotsuba basically says, she just basically says, I find enjoyment not out of participating myself and trying to win, but out of getting other people to win and trying to support my friends. And Itsuka says, perhaps there's other enjoyment. Perhaps you can enjoy yourself as well by trying to win yourself. I don't know if it's Izuku or who it is. But there's that aspect of, she wants to support the other people. She doesn't want to be the running striker. She doesn't want to be the striker in the team football, scoring all the goals. She wants to be, the assistant manager, basically sat at the sidelines, throwing the balls out, saying, oh, look, if you make this diagonal pass here, then you can step inside and score the goal for the side. It's that sort of excitement of, she wants to be the side character. She basically wants to be the sort of side character for all of this. And it's revealed later on that she does in fact love Futuro incredibly much due to her backstory, which is revealed on. It's basically she met him, she fell in love with him back in Kyoto, and she basically was like, oh, I want to study and become best, and she tried studying and did okay. She did the best out of her the quints, which is surprising since she's always in the manga. She's the one who basically gets the lowest scores. I mean, she managed to get a 9 out of 100, a 9. I mean, I think I don't understand how you get so low unless you've never ever heard of the test in question. But especially for something like maths, getting a 9 for basically a 15, 16-year-old getting a 9 in a test, it's that sort of low. But it's that sort of, she did it really hard, and she basically also drove herself to become involved in sports. She was in charge of. She scored loads of goals in football, and she won the track. I don't know if she won the school competition track team, but she was all high and mighty, up and up. But then it turns out that she failed both her tests in the end. And afterwards, her sisters was like, she was going to be kicked out, and her sisters was like, no, we're quints. We'll come with you. Look, we faked our test. We cheated. This is cheats, blah, blah, blah. So they went with her. So for out of that, she felt indebted to them. And then at the end, and because of that, she's always like, I'm going to support my siblings all the way through. I don't want to be in charge. And at the very end, when she's about to be confessed to, she's like, if you just tell him, I fucking hate you. I think you're a piece of shit. Basically turns him down so you can carry on and basically push one of her siblings to win. And at that time, she finally admits that she can be selfish. She can say, I love you. I want to be with you. I can accept my sisters not liking me, but I want to keep them together. But I love you and I can't help my feelings for it. So it's the whole point of, although all the others are trying to win, and campaigning to win, Yotsuba isn't, and yet she still ended up winning because the prize wanted her rather than the other way around. Sorry, it's a very sophisticated way of putting it. So.
Okay, I digested that as romantic fantasy football.
Yes, basically, that's what it was. That's what that's what it was.
So Connor says Nino is best girl.
Yeah.
Study of Swords. Yeah. Study of Swords says, do you think the pedagogical methodology of Futaro would result in someone being a tutor?
I you know what pedagogical means. Sorry. It's like, so I'm looking up. Relating to teaching, innovative pedagogy. Yeah. That doesn't help me out. It just says relating to teaching.
Oh, no, it's just like, do you think that the way, like, Futaro teaches?
Oh, way Futaro teaches. Oh, God. I think that, basically, I don't think he'd know. I don't think he would be a tutor in any way. When you actually look down at what happened, he was like, oh, this guy, when you look down at what truly actually happened at the start of the manga, is a case of Futaro's dad's broke, his mum's dead, his sister basically does all the money regards, and when she's like 9 or 10, you think to yourself, oh, God, that's not a good household to live in when your 9-year-old is managing your monetary systems. So basically that case happened, and he's basically said, and his dad's friend has the Quints, their stepdaughters, and he's like, hey, your son does really well and gets like 100 all the time. How about he teaches them? Because, there's a 100% relation between doing really well in exams and being able to teach people. And as a result, he's like, okay, I'll accept this job because it pays me a shit ton of money. So that's what he does at the start. And if you notice, he isn't actually the best at the very beginning or even getting them interested. He's pretty much just here's loads of exercises, do them. He's not really this is how I'll demonstrate to you teachers how to learn stuff. I mean, it wasn't until Yotsuba basically told him, hey, I know a lot about this subject, Miku knows a lot about the other subject, and Ichika knows a lot about a third subject. How about we just try and self-tutor each other to get because we understand it, the best way around. And one person explains to the rest of it.
So we got 2 minutes left.
Sorry.
So we got 2 minutes left, so I do sorry to cut you off.
No problem.
We got 2 minutes left, and I do want to get to the last question here, because I think it's an interesting one. So Krabby Boost says, do you think class, social, and economic class, or class antagonism plays a role in, what's the English title? The English title. Quintessential quintuplets. And do you think the girls had troubles adapting a sudden shift from lower class to high class?
Honestly, yes. But honestly, I think they did have a minor difficulty. But the thing that overshadows all of it is your mum died. That her mum died at the same time that he got with the stepmom. Their stepdad took over and moved them up. So at the same time your mum's dead, and you suddenly get this whole new swanky apartment and living up there. But at the same time, that loss of love has been cut off. So you're more likely to struggle with it because you're going to associate that whole immediate increase in wealth and standard of living with your mum dying. So that aspect does play a role. And there is a lot of class antagonism, definitely, that Futaro has towards them. Because at the start, they're living off scraps. They're really struggling for money financially. And he's like, I want to teach you 5, not because I care about you at all, but because I want my money, because I need my cash to survive. There's that whole, I don't care that you're rich or wealthy. I want this shit done. So it's a bit antagonistic in that regard at the very start. And that's why one of my friends, Musings by Danon, who I referenced in the video, basically said, hey, he doesn't like them. He's not a good, really nice person because the fact he's always having to struggle to money. So he has to be kind of tough and annoying to get rid of, because if he's not this sort of hard outer shell, therefore he would basically lose it. He'd basically struggle a lot more financially in the world that they live in quintessential quintuplets.
All right, so I think that's all the time we got. Yeah, thank you very much, Pie and Chicken Eater.
Thank you for having me.
Submitting and coming in at 3 in the morning.
I guarantee someone else probably could have done that a lot more improved with a better lexicon, rather than me repeating the word basically 5 times every sentence.
I mean, that's fine. You had a lot of great energy, especially for somebody who just came off of a work shift at 3 in the morning. Yes, thank you very much. Did you want me to put you into the raffle?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Yep. That is pretty much it. Thank you very much. Enjoy your sleep, man.
Me. I will. Take care. Bye.
Okay. So that was quintessential quintuplets. Yotsuba does have an arc by Pie and Chicken Eater. Take a look. So the next one here on the list is by Words Maybe. So this one is Psychopass is premium popcorn entertainment. So just give me 1 second. I just realized I had NOVID Part 1 on the entire time. I should change that. Give me 1 second. Part 2. There we go. So Words Maybe. Hello?
Hi.
Hey there. How's it going?
Good.
All right. So let me just crank you up a little bit here. All right. So I guess before we get to the video, how'd you come to the name of your channel?
So I guess around the time that I made it, I was watching a lot of James Stephanie Sterling. Has a sort of self-deprecating vibe to their work, and Words Maybe just kind of fit into that for some reason. I don't love it, if I'm being honest, but it's something that stuck at this point. Like, I have a few thousand subscribers, and I know that's tiny, but like, do I change it at this point and maybe screw myself on the algorithms, or I don't know.
I don't know if it'll screw yourself. I don't know if it'll screw yourself. I don't know. It's up to you.
I also just don't have a better substitution.
Okay, gotcha. Interesting. Okay. So, all right. Psychopass is premium popcorn entertainment. So, I gotta admit, so when I watched this one, I was a little bit lost. So, all right, give me the skinny. There's this really fascinating discussion about the sort of like the city and this sort of perhaps incidental sort of Agamben bear life look. But I was just like, all right, when's the popcorn stuff gonna come in? So what's the game plan?
Okay, so the gist of the video is that when people make videos about Psychopass, predominantly it focuses on Season 1. Part of that is because the rest of it, not so good, especially Season 2. People fell off the series at that point. So they focus on Season 1, which has this very magnetic villain and this very interesting initial concept of the Sybil system, which is, if you've seen things like The Minority Report, any sort of dystopian fiction, in fact, Psychopass just directly quotes a lot of it about halfway through the season. Psychopass has this air of like it wants to be seen alongside of those works. And I think people pick up on that and they really focus in, but they don't end up seeing the sort of goofiness, or at least videos don't end up focusing on that goofiness, which is what I try to point out.
Okay. So I guess what are the elements of Psychopaths that what are the elements of Psychopaths that necessarily preclude it from sort of science fiction like The Minority Report?
Define preclude.
Sort of excludes or separates it.
So I don't know that it's technically separates itself so much in that it is about preventing future crimes in the same way that Minority Report is. How it does it is that it sort of the Sybil system psychoanalyzes people and just spits out a number algorithm and says, okay, this person has a such and such rating, they're likely to commit a crime. And I don't think it precludes itself in any way in that regard, honestly.
Okay. So so like in this so like when you describe it as like having like some of like these sillier elements, do you believe that these sillier elements like kind of does it kind of undermine it, or does it sort of like change the way in which you're seeing these kinds of like dystopic science fiction flicks?
No, I think the point I try to make in the video is that it's totally fair to make those deep readings on Psychopaths, especially season 1. I think it's written by Gen Urobuchi, who has a lot of sci-fi, heavy sci-fi in a lot of his work. If you're familiar with his stuff, especially things like his recent Godzilla, semi-recent Godzilla trilogy. I think that stuff is there, and it's a totally fair read. I just think that people end up focusing on it so heavily that they end up missing out on things that are a little. So there's a scene in episode 15 that there's a video that focuses on this that I kind of had a problem with, but I don't want to belittle anyone in that regard.
Drama? Interesting. Go on. I'm listening.
No, I try to avoid drama.
Whoa,
not
drama?
my style. But anyway, it has Shoko Makishima, who is the villain, and he is sitting in this big high-rise in Tokyo talking to his right-hand man. And he's talking about like Philip K. Dick and George Orwell, and citing their works and comparing the societies that he wrote, or those authors had wrote, and their works to the life under Sybil in Tokyo. And it's sometimes people really want to play that up as this like brilliant scene, and I think I have trouble seeing it that way, because if you're Gen Urobuchi writing that, and you have this very magnetic sort of high and mighty villain who constantly, every time the show cuts to him, is like reading a book in the most arrogant way, it's hard to really take that too seriously. The scene feels like he is trying to prove his intelligence to someone in a very desperate way. I think even the show supports that theory later on as it hits the conflict, or it hits the point where the main detective, Kogami, kind of points out like, hey, you are just kind of a child who feels ostracized by society. So I don't want to, like, the notion of things being overrated. I think it's a totally fair read to have that Psychopaths is a smartly written show. I just wish people would also understand that it can be goofy, and I think that's intentionally so by Urobuchi, who writes a lot of goofy stuff. I mean, he writes Thunderbolt Fantasy. It's very goofy.
I think maybe the word you're looking for may have been that like Psychopaths is a lot more playful than the sort of like dour intellectual piece that it may be sort of sold as.
Yeah, I think that's a fair thing to say. I point to a video by I guess it would just be IG, but it's YGG Studio.
Okay, Beatrix, yeah.
Yeah. Um,
The
there's a video they
Fire
made
Queen.
Yeah, they made this video a long time ago, and they kind of point out the fact that like there's not a lot of levity to Psychopath, so it's hard to really say it's just straight up playful in a lot of ways, but there are moments of it. It sometimes gets to me that people don't recognize that, but I get it because it feels a lot of the videos that I watched for this, and I watched like maybe like 15 to 20 videos on this. A lot of them are from smaller channels or people that feel like they're trying to dip their toes into more analytical stuff. I don't mean to sound arrogant in that regard because I don't think I'm particularly great at it either.
Well, words maybe going in again, punching down at smaller channels. Drama time.
Some of them are bigger than me.
Oh, I can't believe this clout chasing. Drama time.
God damn it.
No, go on. Finish your thought.
You got me off track if I'm being honest.
Oh, you're just saying that, like, there's a, you saw 10 to 15 videos on Psychopaths.
Oh, yeah, there's a general trend to focus on season 1's interest in being high, like a deep societal criticism. Whereas I think if people could appreciate some of those, like the season or the episode 15 scene that I had mentioned, people could appreciate some of that stuff. Maybe they would get more out of some of the later installments of Psychopaths, of which there are many.
Were there any particular videos out there that you thought had a really strong point or a really interesting point?
So at the start of my video, I point to Replay Value, who has, I think they only did 3 videos, each one focusing on an episode, episodes 1, 2, and 3. And the first episode does a really terrific job of breaking down just how quickly Psychopaths episode 1 delivers a ton of information, because it is introducing you to this. And while it's not the most original concept of a dystopian city, it delivers you into this world so efficiently. And in particular, I liked how they set up the notion of how some of the initial scenes are focused around some of the higher up buildings, some of the taller buildings, and then as it goes to the I'm forgetting the word for the abolition zones, where the simple system is not installed and it has a lot of homelessness and whatnot, how it kind of descends, and as a character, as the sort of antagonist of this episode, is also descending further into madness. I think Replay Value does a really good job of pointing out some of the more directorial and cinematography aspects of these initial episodes.
Okay. So do you find, are there any particular shows that you find that, I guess, how can I describe it? Are there any shows or any works out there that you find that is doing something similar to Psychopaths, but perhaps in a more sort of like focused way or refined way, or something like, I don't want to say better, right? But is there a work out there that does something similar?
I mean, not saying better, but also it kind of is better. Ghost in the Shell, the standalone complex, both seasons 1 and 2 are very much deeply critical about how society can progress in regards to technology, and how that will be maybe not used for the best ways and used to oppress people. And Psychopaths does deal with that to some degree. I think episode 1 really focuses on that in regards to the abolition zone, but then kind of loses track of that by episode 2 almost. It becomes more interested in its big philosophical ideas, which I think is what people are attracted to the series, really, because that's what they make videos about. That's what they talk about. Shogo Makishima and all these very smart ideas about society and the selfhood.
Hmm.
But yeah,
Um,
Ghost in the Shell would be something I think is the most obvious parallel.
what would you say? What is the most fascinating? What is the most fascinating application of? I guess would say Urubuchi's use of this sort of playful imagery, or what is a scene that really like stands out when it comes to like understanding Psychopaths as this sort of both goofy and not goofy, interesting and retrospective piece?
Um, I I'm glad you actually brought up this question because it plays into something I almost included in the video.
Oh.
Uh, so if you're familiar with the Dominators, which are the guns that the police in Psychopaths use to enforce the law, at a certain level of a psychopath, your number of how likely your crime coefficient, how likely you are to commit a violent crime. Lower levels, you get a shock, maybe. Higher levels, it will just turn you into a pile of goo in a real Gen Urobuchi way of just this disgusting degree of violence. I think a lot of people, when they first saw the show, including myself, they saw that as like, no, that's not realistic. Like people would see that and be like appalled by that. And I don't know that that's true, especially when you look at the past couple years of police violence and how well documented a lot of that is, and how brutal and blatant it can be.
Mm.
And you end up seeing this very like the show uses it in goofy ways sometimes. I think it knows that it's grotesque and over the top. And Urabuchi, unsurprisingly, the person who wrote Sayo no Uta, sometimes leans into his enjoyment of gore and violence in a way that might be seen as like a little too far, a little too maybe fetishistic of the violence. But
Okay.
yeah,
Interesting. So would you say that that like moment kind of or like that sort of set of scenes sort of encapsulates the Urobuchi style?
of the set of scenes,
That sort of I don't want to call it like ultra violence, but just like that sort of particular kind of like a violent aesthetic.
I think for a lot of his most notable work for sure, because when you look around this time of his career, like he was running back to back like massive hits. He was coming off of Madoka Magica and then went into Psychopaths, and there was one other one that what's his like third popular work that I'm forgetting at this point for some reason.
Third popular work.
It might just be those two now I'm thinking about it.
Um,
I know he partially did I'll know it's Zero the first season, which is also like pretty graphic at times. But yes, to answer your question, I do think that violence and the gratuity of it is very much part of Urobuchi's work. Fate Zero is the other thing I was kind of thinking of, which I'm not
okay.
familiar of.
So if anybody has any questions for words, maybe, perhaps if you have questions, maybe, for words, maybe, please leave a question or comment, and then I will make sure that they get them. I'll read them out. Jake Tvister asks, does Psychopaths fall under post-cyberpunk?
So there was actually a video that tried to say that cyberpunk wasn't, or sorry, that Psychopaths wasn't dystopian, and then talked about the genreing in regards to the Psychopaths. And I do think that Psychopaths is dystopian, but in regards to cyberpunk, it doesn't really ever get to the punk side of things. Like if you were to compare to like another big cyberpunk thing of recent memory, Cyberpunk 2077, like say what you will about the game's issues, that is distinctly punk, whereas Psychopath doesn't really have that edge. I mean, partly because it is focusing on mostly the cops 90% of the time, and obviously can't really do a whole lot with that. But Psychopaths also has a very clean aesthetic.
So it's just straight dystopic sci-fi.
Yes, the video that I mentioned before about it arguing that it's not entirely dystopian,
Okay.
I get, because it's not so explicit. Like, the people aren't, for the most part, people who live in Japan at this point are generally rather happy. The show starts off with this monologue about, crime is at an all-time low, which even for a country like Japan, which is very well known for having a pretty low crime rate in comparison to other places of the world, that says a lot. And also that general happiness, like individual happiness, is measured at a all-time high. It's hard to, I get the argument for why someone might feel that it's not necessarily dystopian.
So here's a question. Do you think the state in I was about to say state in cyberpunk. Do you think the state in Psychopaths is fascistic?
Like, sorry, it is almost 11 here, and I've had a little bit of drink, and you are using
no
larger words than
worries.
my.
Do you think
I
it's
would
Do you think it's a fascist state?
Oh, yeah. For sure. Ultimately, it is, people don't have a lot of choice, which is what the main villain of season 1 is really pushing against: individualism, the lack of it, rather. People in the world of Psychopaths don't choose their jobs. They don't choose who they end up in relationships, for the most part, because the Sybil system is this perfect thing that can determine what is going to, like, where you need to be not only your most efficient and supportive of society, but also your happiest. Which, as the show obviously points out, that, like, the system is not perfect. So eventually it leads to the fact that these supposed where you need to be in society to make society the strongest it can be, and you the strongest you can be, turns out to not be entirely true. So it is making decisions for everyone in a very fascist way. And also how the law is enforced is also very reminiscent of fascist regimes.
So, Study of Swords asks, do you think the seeming need for a more strict dichotomy between a serious work and a goofy work is something which will continue to be in place or will be broken down?
That's tough. I try not to be too self-serious in my analysis of stuff, because I am not an academic in any regard. I am not
Well, of course, none of us are. None of us are academics.
Exactly. I think it's fair to approach any piece of media and enjoy the less serious or goofy sides of it, while also being able to enjoy the very thoughtful and critical sides of it. I mean, that's anime for a lot of people. Like, it in Japanese media in a lot of ways. How it manages to balance both humor and just the more serious aspects of the storytelling in ways that Western media does not handle super well. I'm getting off topic, but yeah, I don't think there is a need for it.
Quinn asked a very off-topic question, but I'll send it to you anyways. Is Tokyo Ghoul a Twilight ripoff?
Sure. I've not seen Tokyo Ghoul past season 1, but I'll say sure. Yeah.
I need to see Quinn explain that one, because I know Tokyo Ghoul and I know
Yeah, I'm kind of like,
Twilight vaguely.
sure. Yeah, we'll just go with sure.
um. So in the process, so one of the things about NOVID, right, of course, is that it was made over the course of a month. That's why the topics always come in at the beginning of the month, because then people are forced to make it within a month. They can't predict the prompt beforehand. So, had you been given more than a month, was there anything you would have felt like you would have done differently, or you wanted to do differently, but you were just unable as a result of time or scheduling and so on and so forth?
Um, I'm a bad video editor, for starters. It is not what if I'm being perfectly honest,
Mm-hmm.
when I tried getting into game criticism, and I don't know if you noticed, but like those sites are shrinking and there's not a lot of space, and they hire just whoever got fired from a place like a month ago, and there's it's
Yeah,
just not a
most of the
lot of
times they
room.
don't pay you.
And also, payment ain't great. I
Yeah.
worked for places that I won't name names, but I worked for places that expected a certain amount of articles within a week that didn't pay a shit. And
Yeah, they do
I,
that a lot. Yeah.
yeah, I got kind of
Yeah.
fed up with that, and I said, you know what? I guess YouTube's the thing, so I'm gonna make YouTube videos despite being terrible at video editing. So yeah, that, but also,
Did you at least get the gamespress.org press?
oh no,
Oh, they didn't even set you up with one?
no.
Oh man. Oh man. That's a shame. Cause that's where they get all their news, from gamespress.org.
Yeah,
Yeah, if
yeah,
you sign
yeah.
up through the website portal of whoever hired you, you'd at least get the press pass, so you get access to all of the industry, all the like the industry PR emails and all that kind of stuff, like hours before it gets butchered through all the feeds.
Unfortunately, the biggest site that I worked for was also having a lot of leadership issues at the time, and they were kind of
Oh,
forcing out the person who founded it in a
oh,
weird way.
damn, that was crazy. Oh, that's a shame. Yep. Oh yeah, yeah. Games Press is all like all the like games journalism is all like that. You know,
Yeah.
that's why they're all dying to like. That's why they're all dying to like pretty much Twitter and YouTube. Like those are the two places where game stuff
Yeah,
goes now. It's like
which is partly
you want reviews and analytical content, you go to YouTube. You want game news, you go to Twitter. That's how it works now.
honestly, as much as I try to support sites anymore, I just go to Twitter for the news too. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because most devs are on Twitter. So most devs are just like,
Yeah.
yeah, something is happening. And you're just like, oh, okay, well, I'm just going to follow the dev. You know? Because that's all game sites are going to do. They're just going to make an article in a couple hours talking about what the dev said.
As someone who wrote a lot of news at one point, it's just regurgitating the press release.
Yep. Oh, Whimsy asks, does this news site start with a C or a K?
No. No, it does not. They're not even active anymore, as far as I know, because I've tried
Okay.
to get in touch with them about a certain thing and they never respond. So, no, it does not start with a C or a K.
Gotcha. Yeah, man. I remember about almost a decade ago. Wow, that's been a long time. I remember almost a decade ago, I was in a few games journalist folks on Games Press were like starting a podcast or something. Before podcasts became like a big thing. And they invited me on for one episode, and all they did was they talked about how great Game Theory was, the YouTube channel. And I was like, I don't watch Game Theory, so they kicked me off the podcast because I didn't say anything. I was like, oh, I don't have anything to say about game theory. I've never watched game theory.
In fairness, I think you were better off because who needs game theory?
So, all right. So, I think we are almost at the time now. Did you want me to add you to the raffle?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Cool. So, thank you very much for your submission for the NOVID thing. It's always a very, very difficult thing, and it's always I know it's going to sound very platitudinal for me to say this, but I always find it very difficult to like make these sort of like NOVID prompts because I never upload a video for them. I never upload a video for my own challenge.
You tried last year though, didn't you?
Yeah, I tried, and then it came out. It was supposed to be about Angel Densetsu, but then I found out that somebody had made a video about it, and then I was just like, okay, well, I'm gonna make a video about Nyaruko-san because nobody talked about that. And I got like Dan Kanemitsu and everything to talk about the politics of like Tokyo at the time and everything. And, you know, I was able to get Dan Kanemitsu and he... Okay. You know Dan Kanemitsu, right?
I don't know.
He's the translator for us. He's Studio Kara's translator.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I got Dan on, so I still got footage. I still got footage of Dan talking, so, you know, that video is going to come out eventually because I'm not wasting that footage. But the thing is, he showed up for a video call with, like, so he used his iPhone as, like, a camera, and it was perfect. It was, like, widescreen, beautiful widescreen shot and everything. And he was just sitting in front of, like, all of these books. He has a office full of books, literally up to the wall. And then he was just like, hey, can you see me? Is that okay? I'm just like, yep, pretty good. Looks good. You know, the wide thing looks good. And he's like, oh, wide? Okay, let me fix that. I'm just like, wait, what? And then he puts his phone into portrait mode. And he's like, how's this? And I'm just like, okay, well, I guess we'll just go with that then.
You didn't have the guts to say, turn
I didn't
it
have the
back.
guts to say it. I was, you know, I was too starstruck by the you know, the cane man to be all like, can you put your phone back?
Turn that back.
So now I got to edit portrait video footage of Dan Kanemitsu. You know, I was just like, damn, I should have just told him to put it in widescreen. He had it. He had it perfectly. And then he's just like, oh, let me fix that. I'll fix that. I'm just like, no. This man's been in Japan for too long. So, yeah. But yeah, thank you very much, Words, for...
Thank you for doing this for 2 years now.
Yeah.
I regret that I didn't make it last year, and I regret that I wasn't a better interview because I kind of forgot half of my video at this point.
Oh, no, don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. Okay. So I hope you enjoy your day or night. Probably night, right?
Not, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Okay, so that was Words Maybe. So that was Words Maybe with Psychopaths is Premium Popcorn Entertainment. Okay, so I think the last one. So the last one we have is Study of Swords. I don't remember what time he slotted it at because it's showing up really funky on my end. I don't know if it was 11 or 11:30. So we may just have like a 30-minute break in this sort of situation. So if anybody has any questions or concerns, anything like that, I'm more than happy to field them to the best of my ability. While we wait for the last one. In the meantime, let me see here. So Whimsy says, I think I get most of my gaming news from Twitter or streamers now. Quinn says, I hate that channel. I wanted to know how game theory applied to Pokemon, and they basically swamped the search results. Oh. This is your video. Yeah, I was gonna make a video last year for NOVID 2020 on Nyaruko-san, the politics of Akiba at the time of Nyaruko-san, because that was also the same time that Shintaro Ishihara was the mayor of Tokyo, and he was it was all about this whole rhetoric of, it was all about this rhetoric of just like what was considered like good, what was considered because that was when Japan was still like deeply entrenched in the cool Japan sort of like mentality and ethos, but it was also at the same time where there was a strong push to kind of regulate, or at least attempt to regulate, like what kind of content was being produced, thus what kind of content was being, exported, right? And so there was this massive tension between publishers and writers and authors versus sort of the moral, the moral content groups, right? Which is like, okay, no, you can't show this, and so on and so forth. And so like Tokyo was trying to really regulate that. And the problem was the bill that they ended up coming up with ended up having a lot of really sort of had a lot of like back loops or sort of backdoors, and so it was very heavily critiqued. And Nyaruko is a really interesting piece of work, because Nyaruko is a very sort of like die-in-the-wool, like otaku kind of piece of work that is very sort of like drenched in the language and mannerisms of like otaku, like Akiba otaku at the time. But more specifically, the show was really interesting because it kind of like wore that debate on its sleeve, because it is effectively a look at Japan at the height of cool Japan, but also it was somewhat grappling with some of these questions of just like, what is the kind of image that otaku and Akiba goods and anime goods and all that kind of stuff, what kind of image should they be showing, and what might happen as a result of that. And it was one of those like very, very short videos. It was supposed to only be like 3 to 4 minutes long. That kind of, very like bite-sized kind of like piece of work. Never got it out. It will definitely come out eventually. There's a whole reason why I introduced the idea of just like a stray note kind of thing, like really short videos, which is like what the Tony Kawa video was supposed to be, and then it ended up being like 9 minutes anyways. But yeah, never got it out. But I think it will definitely come out sometime, because I'm not wasting that Dan Kanemitsu footage. I already went through the whole conversation in portrait mode, So, yeah, let me take a look at that. Okay, what do we got? My only trusted gaming news is hard drive. Let me see here. Jake says, Joe, could you hook me up with some sources for K, aka systems in manga? I think you had that feature when explaining insert subject manga. K is not a particularly so K is a kind of a difficult thing to write about, because it literally just means system, right? But system in Japanese just essentially means like it's kind of like a vibe, like this feels like a thing related to another thing, so like K it's a little bit hard to write about because it's really hard to pin down, so it's very challenging to really say like, this is a definitive piece of thing that explains what K is. Like a lot of Japanese use the term K like very loosely, so it's I don't know if there's anything I could really recommend that would be like, oh yeah, this will explain all of it. I don't know. It's like it would be like me like being like, this is a good book to understand about style. It's just like, I guess, I mean, that could be possible, but I don't know. A lot of people just talk about it like style, like our vibe or something. So Ryan says, just throwing out that I've been a subscriber and patron of Words Maybe for a while, and he definitely deserves some appreciation. Hell yes. Good stuff, Ryan. So, well, I see Ryan is some sort of shill of sorts or something. I'm not entirely sure. Will the paper shortage affect demand of manga, or is it offset by the internet due to official and 7 Seas platforms? So, this is actually really interesting. So, I don't know a lot about this sort of. So, this is interesting. I don't know a lot about the deets. I don't know a lot about the deets about manga publishing today, but the only thing I can give you, so the only thing I can give you is just a general story, and that is that during 311, so during 2011, after the Tohoku disaster and the Fukushima Daiichi meltdown, there was a massive paper shortage, and what people would do was they had a very limited paper supply, and thus a very limited print run of, like, say, like Shonen Jump, and so people would line up in really, really long lines outside of, like, stores so that they could read the latest Shonen Jump. So paper shortages historically have very much affected well, I mean, like, I don't know about affected demand, but they have affected the quantity demand of manga and the quantity supplied of manga. So it could, but I don't know how internet and platforms will shape it. So I'm sorry, I don't have a sufficient answer. All I have is a little story. The Yotsuba discussion, Pie and Chicken Eater had me thinking, what are your thoughts on Yotsuba? God damn it. The Yotsuba discussion, Pie and Chicken Eater had me thinking, what are your thoughts on Yotsuba, Joe? Okay. Well, you know what my thoughts are on Yotsuba? Alright, okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Ah. What are my thoughts on Yotsuba? Ah. Wow, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, those are my thoughts on Yotsuba. What will we play today? Yeah. It's really funny because Yotsuba was actually one of the, I think it was one of the first manga I brought. It was one of the first manga I bought. So over time, I've just been like collecting Yotsuba. I've just been collecting volumes of Yotsuba over time. I would go to like anime conventions. When I went to anime conventions, specifically Anime North, I would always like buy the latest volume of Yotsuba. So it was a little bit of it was a fun time. It was a fun time. It was a fun time collecting Yotsuba volumes. Every year, just seeing what comes out. And I purposely made sure not to get like the latest news or updates on Yotsuba because I wanted to see like what new volumes came out. So it was a fun little like collector's kind of thing, Favorite moment in Yotsuba. Probably the one where they were drawing like outlines in chalk, and then so they drew Jumbo, and they saw it, and it just looked like a crime scene of just like a gigantic man. So they're just like, what the hell is this? So give me 1 second. Let me put these volumes away. Yeah, it's it's really funny because like when I it's really interesting because like when I have a few manga. I don't have a lot of manga, right? Like I don't have like I assume like I don't have like whimsy dearest like manga sizes, right? But I have an okay amount of manga. A lot of it, however, a lot of the manga that I have is not really like the kind of manga that people might think that I would have. Like I don't have anything like I don't have Akira. I don't have Akira. I don't have Blam. I don't have like Bleach or Naruto. Like I don't have any of that kind of stuff. All of the manga I have is like I've got all of Otomen. If anybody's familiar with Otomen, I've got all of Tenshina Konomaiki. If you're familiar with Tenshina Konomaiki, Chiki Angel, I've got Fumu wo Sukashite. I think I actually have everything. I actually think I have everything by Arina Tanemura. I really love her. I really love her works. So I got a lot of like little stuff like that. Fun story. I got all of Tenshina Konomaiki. I should probably. Okay, so Study of Sorts is ready to go. So all right, cool. So I'll bring him in. Okay, so Northside Star says, a while back you said that you hate when people downplay their own interest, and I was wondering if you could expand on this thought. I don't know what you mean by downplay their own interest, but I'm not a fan of when people have to feel like they're on the defensive when they're talking about something they like. When somebody says something like, oh, okay, I like this, but, it's trash, and, it's trashy, but, hey, whatever, it's trash, but I like it, and so on and so forth, right? I don't think you have to say that. I mean, honestly speaking, If you like it, you like it. It's simple as that. Anybody who's going to say like this is trashy or this is not trashy and so on and so forth, I'm not going to take any sort of like assumptions about like what is taste and what's trashy, what's not trashy. Like none of that seriously, right? So if you like something, just say you like it. Who cares? That's it. That's all that matters. Yeah. So okay. So let's get into the Words Maybe says, thanks for doing this. Genuinely enjoy discovering other small indie tubers in the chats. Hope I was fairly coherent. Looking forward to next year. Yes, I think you are. You were absolutely very clear, very lucid. So good stuff. So next one here. Let me change this. So this one here is Study of Swords with a video admittedly I haven't seen. So hello.
Hello. It's okay. No one has. Well, 120 people did, but
Okay. So, all right, Richard. Give me the skinny. What's it about? I know it's about something that drew the ire of Studio Ghibli.
okay. So, the title of the video was "What Everyone Misses About Princess Mononoke," and the central thesis was effectively, I guess, based on how sort of like large the discourse is on Princess Mononoke, and the fact that it's a gateway for, I would argue that it sort of was a significant gateway for Ghibli in North America. There's a lot of content that's been made about it, and then like the three sort of general trends that I look at in terms of the video that I used, some from larger channels, from some smaller channels, was effectively breaking it down via feminism or feminist readings of the text, of the question or the criticism of what's called Disneyfication, and then looking at it sort of from a more broader universalist, the universal appeal of the series or of the film, and I guess the point that I was trying to bring into it was looking through the three of those, kind of coming to not necessarily a synthesis, but there's a fundamental structure to the story of Princess Mononoke, and it's something that is generally overlooked, and it has a lot to do with these three elements that kind of take up the bulk of the discourse around the film.
Okay. So what's the structure?
So I make the case that the structure is, and this is going to be based off of what's called the Arne Thompson-Uther, the ATU Folk Motif Index.
Okay.
It is effectively that it's the general tale type is what's called Motif D, which is magic, and then the subtype is D5, which is an enchanted person, and then the very specific, precise tale type is what's called a disenchantment by girl, only by lover. So effectively, at its core, Princess Mononoke is a story about a prince rescuing a princess.
Okay. So so does it so in your opinion, does it fulfill that or does it deviate from that?
I think it fulfills it very, as I said, like it's better to look at it in terms of not as what like the plot of the film is, right? It isn't the plot isn't, Ashitaka has to save San. It's just it's the structure that the rest of the narrative is built upon and structured around. So obviously, as one of the points that I make in the video is that the majority of the discourse now, and I would say that it's probably even I don't really argue the case because it's not what I'm specifically focusing on, but the significant portion of discourse, and especially academic discourse about Princess Mononoke, is focused on sort of feminist readings and feminist themes, and this is very much couched in Miyazaki's kind of where he sits and where his Studio Ghibli sits in terms of pop feminist discourse, but it also definitely bleeds over into academic, like actual academic discourse. So while, and I think that the sort of one of the points that I make is that because there's a specific kind of pop feminist reading of what constitutes a feminist story, that something like The Prince Saves the Princess is just kind of dismissed out of hand because it's archaic and it's not what people would think about as being something that could have feminist implications, feminist undertones, or even overtones.
Okay, so how does that shape how does it shape or change the feminist reading if we keep this specific structure in mind?
I mean, I guess it. So this would have been really helpful if you had watched the video, but one of the primary arguments. So there are two sort of arguments that are made with regard to this, and this is kind of where Disneyfication ties into it. The video that I had looked at was a video by Movies with Mikey, which was about his video about Princess Mononoke. And one of the elements that I focus on, or the clip that I use in the video, focuses on his very flippant dismissal of the fact that San is a princess. He basically interprets it as, Disney gonna Disney, so now Princess Mononoke is a Disney princess, which is wrong because the decision to make the film, Mononoke Hime, is literally Princess Mononoke. And he kind of dismisses both the Mononoke aspect, but the princess aspect as well. And that then could have tied into a lot of the broader a lot of the broader feminist critiques, especially in academic works, that looked at how Mononoke Hime became Princess Mononoke through its Americanization, through the process of Miramax getting involved with the translation and Neil Gaiman writing the script. And that seems to be an element where a lot of academic discourse, Raina Dennison, for example, with her book, really focuses a significant portion of that book is built around the localization process and how they sort of changed and took away from the feminist, what they saw as greater feminist overtones and greater feminist intentionality that was something that Miyazaki wanted to have, and of course, being the great feminist that he is, obviously included that, and was taken away kind of by the evil Americans.
Okay, so sorry, what were the three videos you were responding to?
Sorry, so I guess I wasn't really responding to them as much as just sort of using them as jumping off points to kind of highlight specific readings of the film. So the first one that I read was actually by a YouTuber called Felicity M.
Okay.
And she with some other students had put together a short video called "How Princess Mononoke is a Feminist Film" for a class she had done.
Okay.
And the reason I chose this one, even though it's like a relatively small person, and I guess not really an AniTuber, I think it's actually the only video that they've made, was because they had a really interesting take on the feminism, as opposed to looking at the narrative of the film and how it does or doesn't represent feminist films. They looked at the conflict. She looked at the conflict between San and Eboshi as feminisms in conflict with one another. One being more, mainstream. Perhaps you could go as far as second wave versus third wave feminism. I don't think she ever couches it that way, but it's kind of like the feminism that wants to be, but as Eboshi represents, the feminism that supports the patriarchy in as much as it's able to benefit them, whereas San is a more radicalized, aggressive feminism that seeks to overthrow the patriarchy because it just leads to mutual destruction effectively. So that was really more of I liked her reading a lot, but it would just sort of acted as a really good segue into how the sort of discourse around the film, especially as I keep sort of repeating this, in academia, and again, I'll go back to Dennison's book, as being even more of a focus for how people read the film, even over the environmental themes. The Movies with Mikey was basically just looking at his interpretation of what the film represents, and his specifically was in the section about Disneyfication, and that also again ties into where the assumption with Disneyfication and how that sort of subsumed any kind of discourse around, a prince or a princess and what that more sort of traditional folk tales, and how that then affects how people react to the film and react to alternative readings, or conversely dismiss what I think, as I said, is a deep structural element of the film that's really significant, but it's dismissed as simply, Disney gonna Disney. And then the third film was by a gentleman named Dan Hughes, and his was basically about the universal appeal of Princess Mononoke. And this segues more into why someone like a Western audience what is it about Princess Mononoke that they really were able to grasp onto, as this was kind of, as I sort of alluded to at the beginning, Ghibli's sort of first flirtation with like a mainstream adaptation and mainstream American, at least, localization, and then broadcast, or showing in significant, in major cinema chains in the U.S.
Okay, so this is really interesting because from a surface observation on my end, it seems that you're drawing from a well that is largely outside of the AnyTube sphere, right? So I guess the two-part question is what made you go outside of it and look at these look at these other groups, these other videos, and does what they present different, or is presented in a different way than how say AnyTube tackles Princess Mononoke?
I guess I think in a large part it's not that they go about it a different way, because I think these are, if you go back to maybe something like the Snake Eyes Dreaming's video about Lane, that there are three, in this case, I guess the one element I didn't really look at was the environmental aspect, but I think these are sort of strains of how people interpret the film, or how they tend to discuss, or where the discourse about the film sort of sits. And it just so happened that I think that these do reflect what's in AnyTube. Like AnyTube doesn't have a specific. I think AnyTube is reflective of this, not necessarily disparate. It just happened that these three videos, based on either the creator or the actual content of the video, or things like subscribers or views, influenced why I chose them. So I don't think that these videos are necessarily saying stuff that's outside the sphere of AnyTube. Just that what's in AnyTube is definitely reflected in these videos.
Okay. So I don't know if you answered this, but using the UTA, what I guess what did you find from it?
So this, I guess, sort of to take a step back for a second, I guess maybe jumping off of sort of a sentiment that seems to come up in a lot of these videos and a lot of the NOVID entries is that your framing of the literary review or literature review allowed people to get a specific focus and direction for ideas they kind of already had. So one of the interesting things you sort of learn when you actually don't just look at things like pop feminist discourse or generalized attitudes towards Miyazaki is the more kind of, let's say, I'll be charitable and say complex relationship he has with feminism and this idea of where it comes from. And I was train of thought, sorry. Effectively, this I sort of wanted to have like an alternate reading because I've never come across this specific element, because typically the princess in Princess Mononoke is sidelined. It's never treated as really being. It's always ephemeral. To some extent, even in the narrative of the film, the dialogue of the film, it ever actually only comes up in a single sequence. San is only ever referred to as Princess Mononoke once, in a conversation between Eboshi and Ashitaka, and that's where Eboshi explains who Princess Mononoke is and what she represents to the people of Irontown. That she's effectively, she was a human, but she's been possessed by, these evil spirits of nature that now seek to kill her. Her being, the avatar, the sort of the stand-in figure for human civilization. And once the forest is destroyed, once the Mononoke are overcome, San will become human again, and that kind of folkloric explanation or framing of San's relationship and the forest relationship with Irontown is really interesting because it is reflective of, this kind of these sort of folklore motifs.
Okay. Okay. So were there alternative? Were there alternative approaches or models of folkloric analysis that you had considered?
No, I mean, basically, when would I be safe in assuming that you are at least you're somewhat familiar with the ATU index? You have a general idea of it. I don't know how familiar everyone else is going to be with it, but it's literally, for everyone who's not, it's literally just a list of A to Z types of generalized motifs in folklore, and then more specific subtypes and then subtypes. So it's incredibly dry reading, but when you're going through it, because it is sort of, it exists to try to categorize the whole of folklore as a concept. There are some things that kind of come up where there are different directions you could go. I just happen to think that based on my reading of the film, I guess, or my interpretation of this specific element of the film or the specific reading, I felt that was one of the stronger, the specific subtype was a bit stronger. And then as it turns out, I actually ended up reading some of Miyazaki's work, some of Miyazaki's writing after the fact, after I had a lot of the ideas in the script together. And then it's like, yeah, he affirms that. I'm right. And I'm that I'm a soft anti-intentionalist, so I don't put as much stock in intentionality as a lot of other people do. But because of the discourse,
but you will wield it like a weapon.
I will absolutely wield it like a weapon. I'm a soft anti-intentionalist, not just an anti-intentionalist. So if people are like Miyazaki's, the auteur of auteurs, and he says something, people are going to put weight in that. So and I use this to basically to end the video, which is his quote, which is effectively that he wanted to tell a story where Ashitaka, who is in, Ashitaka and Son are in love, and he ends up, it's basically a story about the boy reaching out to the girl and the girl returning his feeling.
Interesting. Is how this particular so the boy reaching out to the girl and the girl returning his feeling, is this particular convention, is it presented differently in Princess Mononoke compared to Miyazaki's other works? Is it doing something different?
I think that it is, and I think the reason for this is my reading of the film, where I think the climax of the film is that when I say that the story is about a prince rescuing a princess, that sounds very cliche and lazy and even patriarchal. But the way that Ashitaka saves San is very subversive because he doesn't save San physically. San's not imperiled physically. There is the case where he literally saves her from the people of Irontown, where he carries her out and is almost killed in the process. But then right after that, San ends up saving him because he's been shot, and she basically nurses him back to health. So there's this really
she pulls him from Okubo.
Exactly. There's this. Wait, what?
Isn't that the one?
Well, he tries to save her from the transforming Otoko. He's unsuccessful. He gets tossed into the water in the spring. Moro actually ends up pulling San off of Otoko, which is again where this whole idea where he doesn't save her physically kind of is manifest in the film. But there's this really interesting playing with genders, and this is why I don't disagree at all with Athemis readings of the film. I support them. I think that that those readings are grounded and make complete sense. It's just that because of a certain, and I do tend to go towards pop feminism, but there is some, again, with something like Dennison's text, there is some tendencies even in academic readings of the text, more academic readings of the text, to downplay that element and interpret more of almost effectively like a sinister Western patriarchal creep into the narrative of the film with dialogue choices and word choices. But with all that said, there's a lot of playing with gender roles in the film. So Ashitaka is the warrior who, sort of outside of very specific instances, really doesn't fight. He's not in the narrative to fight people. He's not in the narrative to slay a monster to save San. That's not how he saves her. He saves San by forcing her to finally acknowledge her humanity. And at that moment, her curse is broken. And that happens right at the very sort of the nadir of the film, at the point where, the forest spirit is dead. The god of death is basically like ravaging everything. Everyone is dying. Aboshi's lost her arm. Everything is garbage. And at that moment, Ashitaka asks for her help. He's like, I can't do this by myself. I need your help. And she's like, no, I hate you. You're with the humans. You wouldn't let me murder Aboshi. He's like, nah, you can't do that. And there's a bit of back and forth. And then she ends up stabbing him with this crystal dagger, which was originally given to him by his sister, come a fiance. Again, weird translation thing going on at the beginning of the film, which is often treated as kind of like this meaningless tchotchke, but it's not. It's really significant. For this specific reason, it was a token of appreciation and of arguably love because of what it represents as a kind of a betrothal item that was given to San by Ashitaka, which she gradually willfully accepts, and then turns around and uses that to attack the person she loves. And that's the point where she realizes, like, he's like, yeah, I am human, yeah, so are you. And she's like, no. And then she stabs him. She realizes what she's done. And that's when she just like collapses into his arms, and he's like, "I'm sorry, we couldn't stop it." And then they end up saving the day, which in turn ends up breaking his curse as well when they together as humans restore the forest spirit's head to itself, and that's when they kind of get the physical curse. Like effectively, San's curse is spiritual, Ashitaka's curse is physical. And this again is this goes back to this, girl under enchantment is saved by lover.
Okay. If anybody has any questions for Study of Swords, please leave a comment or question in the chat box, and I will get to them to the best of my ability. So the same question to everybody else before. This project was made over the course of a month, or at least you had the time span of a month. So was there anything you could have done differently if you had the opportunity?
Yeah, there was a lot, as I mentioned before, and it's obvious, probably apparent through my rambling. There's a lot of academic discourse on the film. Like, there's a lot of it. There's a lot of articles. There's a lot of not a lot of books, maybe, or monographs. But there's a significant amount of stuff out there, and a lot of the arguments and explorations of the material is really interesting, but couldn't really be brought into or focused on in the time frame and in the specific focus of the film that the video I wanted to make. So I keep mentioning it, and I'll mention the title for people who might not be familiar with it. Was Raina Dennison's, as the editor of Princess Mononoke, understanding Ghibli's Monster Princess. And I actually initially, one of the videos I initially thought about when I was like, oh, I do a Princess Mononoke video for NOVID. I'm like, well, I'll use Joe's video because why not? Everyone loves nepotism. But then it was sort of like going through it. It was like, well, Dennison, I guess, doesn't make it's not really an argumentative video. At least I didn't find that it was. It was more just like why her fascination and why she, enjoyed or wanted to, edit a book or write stuff about Princess Mononoke. But in that book, there were a lot of other really interesting elements and articles that talk about really interesting stuff that you just weren't able to kind of bring together. And I think in a longer video, I might have been able to incorporate a bit more of that, or I guess that would also result in a much less focused video, so it might not have been as good in the end. But yeah.
Well, I feel like if you had like infinite time, you could have just made like a 4-hour, like what everybody's saying about Mononoke.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to keep my times from a video short.
Yeah, you say that, but apparently YouTube doesn't like that anymore.
No. Whoop.
Yeah.
Alas.
Let me see here. There doesn't seem to be any comments or any questions, so I guess we just gotta wait until somebody comes in with one with the, the fast strike. Yeah, it is kind of a shame that currently it is a copyright strike.
Yes, that certainly has affected people not being able to watch the video.
Yep.
Yourself included.
It's like, what are you saying in your video?
That I haven't watched.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I guess for people who are still the 12 people who are still watching now, or who might watch in the future, this is currently the 18th of December. So I hopefully my 14-day period's up either tomorrow or Monday. So hopefully it'll resolve itself and should be back up for viewing. Hooray! Yeah, don't mess with Ghibli. They're awful in terms of their DMCA stuff. I edited this video 26 times in order to get it to the point where I was able to upload it for more than a couple of hours.
Oh no, it was at that stage, I feel like at that stage you might have just like fought it from the beginning.
Yeah, when I go back, when I see what they strike, or they were starting to strike, or they're starting to claim stuff, not strike. I didn't get strike till I disputed. They started claiming stuff in the videos I was clipping from.
Oh yeah,
I was like, I had to go back and edit those. It's like at that point, it's like but no, it was like you'd edit it, and then it would just their bot would string together clips where they'd recognize enough, even though the two clips are like 4 seconds and 3 seconds.
Yep.
Yeah. So,
It's funny
Appreciate
because when I got the copyright strike on the channel like a couple weeks ago, um, it's funny because when I got the copyright strike on the channel a couple weeks ago, it wasn't because of any video that I made. It was that live stream where I was reacting to other AniTubers videos that they had sent
Yeah.
me. So like somebody's video triggered a copyright strike. I'm just like, what the hell? I didn't even make the video that I got struck for. Oh.
Oh man. At least this is a hobby, and my like livelihood's not dependent upon it, so I can't really
yeah.
complain.
Yep. Yeah, Toho and Toei. Yep. That's like the triumvirate of Japanese copyright claims. You know, just like Ghibli, Toho, and Toei. It's just like, all right, you're gambling with one of these fellas.
Oh yeah.
Let me see here. Potnet asks, Princess Mononoke versus Mononoke TV anime.
I think it's just like how many people would be disappointed going into Mononoke and being like, oh, wait a second, this has nothing to do with this.
Yeah, I wonder how many people were just like, there's a TV series of Princess Mononoke, and you'd be like, yeah, of course, you should check it out, bro. They're just like, oh, okay.
Oh,
Then they start watching the first episode. They're just like, this is very different.
this is not what I was expecting at all.
Yeah. Okay, I'll wait until the first, a couple episodes, see how it turns out. They're just like,
See how it goes
this is very uncomfortable.
Oh no.
So Eggmath says, who would win in a copyright strike battle, Ghibli or Toei?
Well, I mean, I would say Toy only because like I know people who've gotten Ghibli strikes, but like hasn't like destroyed their entire channel, whereas Toei seems to be going full raise the channels to the ground strategy at this point. So
yeah. Jake says that brings up a good segue into what the international scene using anime in their vids will be. Will like Japan's copyright laws. The whole totally not Mark Howell show. Yeah.
The most disappointing thing about I'm not disappointed, but expected, but also disgusting thing about that whole thing are all the bootlickers who come out of the woodwork.
Oh yeah.
They're like, you shouldn't be using people's copyrighted material. It's like, no, these people aren't replacing the content that's being produced by these companies that this is supposed to protect. This is just, there was 10 seconds of a clip from the show. You parasite, destroy your livelihood and channel.
I think the funniest thing about those comments is that it always comes from some guy with like an Ichigo like profile pic, Yeah. We're just like, the irony.
I watched I watched your entire long form series on Bleach and I love it to death, but I mean it was a time bomb, man. You're gambling and you lost, so you shouldn't be suck it up. Don't bitch about it. Bye.
Yeah. I think the craziest I think some of the craziest things were like people who are just like downplaying YouTube as like a thing, like as like a source of income, they're just like, well, when you make stuff on YouTube, it's bound to happen. It's just like, what? That's like telling some guy whose like brother was like, I don't know, a crab fisherman who died. And he's like, well, if you go fishing for crabs, that's bound to happen. It's just like, god damn.
It's like, nah. Never compassion.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, there is quite a lot of compassion that came out. A lot of people did come out in I would say the vast majority came out. It's just that, like, man, 100%. The people who were against it were really against it.
Yeah, they're just, as I said, just absolute lickspittle.
Yeah, and it was really funny because, like, half of the time it was like, it was either okay, man, it was crazy because so many of them were just like, well, so many of them were young. Like, you go to the bio and immediately you see like, I don't know, they're like fucking 16 to 20 years old and you're just like, god damn it, I hate these people. Children. But then like the other part of it is like, I don't know how to describe it, but it was just like soft-spoken, obnoxious internet guy, You know who I'm talking about, like those kinds of people,
Oh, yeah.
right?
100%.
Yeah. Like, and then you call them in, you're just like, man, stop being an idiot. You call them an idiot or something. They're just like, wow, using ad hominems, that really says something about you. I was like, I hate these people. you know. Yeah, they believe that if they they're the kinds of people who believe that if they present a terrible argument, but if it's presented calmly, like it makes it a stronger argument. It's just like,
It's just the tone. It's never the actual content.
yeah. Yeah, and then whenever you're just like, bro, I'm not having this conversation with you, it's like, oh, I just wanted to have a conversation. I just wanted to have a conversation about this. It's like, well, you're not going to change your mind in this conversation, man. Come on. Yeah, that was wild. Oh, and there was also some of the people who were literally just flat out just like, oh, an AnyTuber got, an AnyTuber lost his livelihood? LOL.
Lol.
Stop
Stop being a parasite and stealing these massive corporations'
It's just
income.
It's like, and some of them were like even like worse. Some of them were literally just, they didn't have any sort of like weird malformed argument. They were just like, I don't like AnyTube. An AnyTuber lost, an AnyTuber who supports their family, and other people financially, lost their main source of income. Well, too bad. It's just like, just so callous. Like some of these people are just so callous. Oh man, what a wild! It was absolutely insane. Just listening to the people come out of the woodworks, just be the worst human beings. Eggmath says Novid was pretty cool. Thank you, Eggmath. I appreciate that. Give me 1 second. Let me check see if we got any sort of PayPal donations. We got some yesterday. I don't know if we got some today. We did get PayPal donations. All right. So we got some PayPal donations today for Novid. So yeah, I actually think I don't know how much we donated last year. But we might have potentially donated more this year. Let me see. Even without the sponsor, I think we might have done a little bit more. Let me see here. Let me take a look at the pause and select donation. Let me type in Novid, and maybe I can find a how much did we donate? Oh yeah, we actually we donated the proceeds, I think we actually made quite a bit more this time.
Awesome.
Yeah, so more. Last year it was 125 in terms of super chat, I believe. Yeah, it was 125 in terms of super chat, 125 Canadian, so effectively $5. 125 Canadian super chat, and then plus the Boxu sponsorship. So Boxu, they paid me. Boxu paid me. God, I don't remember how much they paid me. It wasn't that much. $250. Yeah. So Boxu paid me 250 US. And what I did was I split it up half and half. So one half I gave out as a bonus to everybody who helped me on the channel. And in the other half, the 125, the other half, I donated it to NOVID, right? So my line of reasoning was, if nobody donates to Super Chat, nobody donates to PayPal or anything like that, at the very least, 125 from the Boxu sponsorship goes out, right? So it was one of those things where it's just like, okay, well, I was a little worried that this year, we weren't going to break the I guess 250 mark, because I didn't get a sponsorship this year, right? Wasn't able to get a sponsorship this year. Who would have thought that? Who would have thought that people wouldn't want to sponsor with the good old El Paseo de Selección. So I was a little worried. So I started the cup. I started the cup thing. And yeah, so we did that, and yeah, we broke the amount this time. So that is phenomenal.
Excellent. Awesome.
Yeah. So so Potnet says, what are your thoughts on shields?
Shields are good. Very good. As I said in the chat, incredibly useful offhand weapons, which unfortunately, much like armor, are often sidelined or like nerfed in terms of their functionality in media, in depictions in media, because it makes the fight easier and more exciting.
Okay. Yeah. So that's the general situation. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the situation we're at with regards to NOVID 2021. This has been hopefully this has been a much better managed NOVID than last year. Thankfully this time nobody had to wait for hours on end in voice chat. Being all like, all right, it's my turn yet. Yeah, really sorry about that. But yeah, so thankfully it all worked out. One thing I do want to do, right? And I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to convince people to do it, right? But I would like other Anitubers, or would like to reach out to other Anitubers to see if they're willing to possibly like take on some of like the NOVID streaming end of it, or some of the NOVID streaming end of it. I know some of them might not want to do it, right? Because there's like there's not a benefit for me to do it, and I understand that. But man, holy shit, streaming for 8 hours in a weekend sucks. I don't know how debate bros do it.
For this,
look, I have a lot more sympathy for people who just like stream forever and just are just like, yeah, I've streamed for 10 hours and I'm still an exciting human being, and it's just like, how do you do it? I can't do it. I did 5 hours yesterday and then 4 hours now, and I'm just like, I hate this. My face is all fucking greasy as shit, and my brain is melting. I hate this. I had a good amount of sleep, too, this time. Just like, what the heck? This is weirdly exhausting, and I don't know why. Maybe it's because, they're always like, maybe it's because they're, they've been fighting. They're hopped up on blood. Yeah. Yeah, I would not be cut out to be a streamer. That's for sure.
That's good advice. Words. Very good advice.
Yeah. So, if anybody is past that hour 3, yeah, it's a challenge. But I think I'm slowly figuring it out. So the next year, when the most insane NOVID prompt comes out that nobody will submit for, I'll be all like, damn, okay, I can get this done in like 2 hours. Awesome. Is it the talking and meeting new people that you have to do? I don't know if it's not really the talking, and I don't think it's really the meeting new people, right? It's just like, no, it might be the talking. I think it might be like the switching topics every half an hour.
Yeah, you have to maintain your mental acuity, whereas we just get to talk about the specific thing that we've just spent the last month researching or doing.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I have to like re-jog my memory in terms of like what is it about that thing I remember. And the thing is, people might not believe me, but I actually do have notes on like all the videos, but like these notes are not very helpful. So I'm just like, because like, you know, normal conversation doesn't progress the way that you hope the notes would. So yeah. Ooh, so but yeah, no, let's take a look. Let's take a look and see what it is. How much did we put together? How much did we scrounge up in terms of the wild world of donations? So let's take a look here. I typed in donation in Windows search. Thank you. Calculator. Okay, so today we did 2413 Canadian. Oh my god, it's all in Canadian. 2413 Canadian, and I think yesterday it was 47. So it was 47.47. So in terms of super chat, according to YouTube, I don't remember if YouTube if this is pre or post cut. It might be post cut. I hope it's post cut. But we put together $71.60 Canadian. So let's switch that into a currency somebody cares about. So 71.60 Canadian is 55 US dollars. So actually that's really good. So we did 55 US dollars in terms of super chat funds. Okay, huge. All right, super chat donations, awesome. So let's take a look at the PayPal breakdown. Okay, so PayPal. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me load up PayPal. So PayPal, still loading. I gotta log into PayPal. All right. Still gotta log into PayPal. Okay, there we go. So, oh my goodness. So PayPal. All right. So we got 55. So we made $55 in super chats, right? 55 in super chats. And then for direct donations, we made so this is the donation that people sent through the PayPal channel because they didn't want to give YouTube the blood money.
Who can blame them?
Yeah. $533 in direct donations.
Oh wow!
So direct donations made 10 times the amount. Yeah.
YouTube
so
stay losing.
People really hate YouTube taking its cut. Yes. And so essentially, if I can get this number figured out, so plus 55. So it should be about so what, 588? So 588. Yeah. So I'll just round it up to 600, right? So I'll just donate my cut into round it up into 600, and so that puts us at $600. Once the super chat clears, I will donate it into the wonderful wild world of actually I might be able to just do it now. I'll take a look, but I might be able to just do it in like a couple days or a week or something, you know. But yeah, so effectively we made $600 600. Some of it is in Canadian, some of it is in US, so that number might fluctuate. When I figure this all thing out. But made all of that. And this, again, all going to Doctors Without Borders, who I think is a great charity. Absolutely phenomenal charity. Always done great work. So it's going to Doctors Without Borders, and as always, both the entrants and the donors will be in a raffle pool to get this mug, or at least get mugs like this, right? Because there's about 4 of them, and now you too can have a Tsutomu Miyazaki tape room on your desk. And then people say, "Oh, what is that?" And you say, "Oh, it's just a room." You know, you don't have to hide. You could just hide your power level.
Everyone wants this mug. Not gonna lie.
It's just, yeah, it's just the drawn image of the of Satomi Miyazaki's room when they found it. The Otaku Killer's room, with custom art. So you're not gonna find anything like this anywhere else. Why? Because it's custom art. Okay.
Pause and select original.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, if I win, I promise that I will take a picture of it and then turn it into an NFT.
Just turncoat immediately. Oh, okay, so the Continuum. So the Continuum donated. Okay, so I guess it is post cut, because I think that went up like $8 or $9. So it's $36.99, so $37. Okay, so 50. Okay, oh my god. 36 art. So CAD to USD. Um, 47. Can I just do the math inside? I can't do the math inside the currency calculator in Google. I have to. Okay, so that puts us to 84.46. Okay, 65.50. Nice. Thank you very much, Continuum. So 65.60. So 598. Okay, so I guess I'll round it up to 650. Okay, so I guess I'll round it up to 650 because I guess that'll be my donation. Because that would be hilarious if it was, because it ended up being 598 now, so that would be hilarious if I was like, yeah, I put in my cut too, $2. You know, they'd be like, wow, this guy's, what the fuck?
You say that, but everyone would be like, $5.98, $600. That makes all the difference.
Yeah. So we did it. All right, beautiful. So yeah, we essentially got to, so effectively everybody, so this is not including me, but everybody out there, we made it to $600, 600 US dollars, for Médecins Sans Frontières. I think what they do is they send out like a thank you map of all the places they've operated. If you want, I can just scan that in and just give it to you people or whatever. I don't know. One of the things that they did, right, was they, yeah, rounded up to 666. Yeah. Well, that's 666 USD. 66 USD is like $80 Canadian. I might donate it anyways, but let me see what my bank account balance looks like after I paid off my credit card bill. So yeah, beautiful stuff. I know that they do sometimes send me a recipe. A recipe thing. So here's the thing. Here's what we can do. If they sometimes they send up like recipes of like what their field doctors cook up in the field, and I just gotta say I've tried some of the recipes from Doctors Without Borders, and look, I'm just saying they're doctors for a reason and not cooks. You know? I'm just saying. I'm just saying those quesadillas suck. You know?
They can field dress a wound, but they cannot dress a bird.
Yeah, they can dress a they can dress a wound. Yeah. So I'm just saying, you know, I do not recommend the Doctors Without Borders you know, field medic cookbook anytime soon, that's for sure. Yes. So yeah, I think next year what I might want to do is I might want to like have I might want to try and do it with like some other YouTubers who might be willing to host like a few streams. So like instead of like me handling like every entry, maybe perhaps like have like I don't know 3 or 4 YouTubers who might be streaming on their channels. And then, you know, that way, you know, each one only has to handle like 3 or 5. I know I am slowly describing what effectively just might end up being a virtual convention. But I'm just saying 9 hours streaming, goddamn. My brain is melting. Yes. And as always, reminder, if anybody is interested, as always, it's all for the mug. It's all for the murder mug. That reminds me, I gotta write down people's names in this chat for the super chat. Potnet. I am very tempted to just like. So Words Maybe submitted a video. But also at the same time they also donated. So I am very tempted to I am kind of tempted just to list them twice under both the donors and entrance columns so they have double shot.
Nice.
2-week setup, one on Saturday and the other one on the other week. Maybe. I live a rock and roll lifestyle, so I don't know how that could work. Yeah, you know. I am so busy. You know, I feel really bad for people who have to distribute the Ontario Rapid Antigen Test at the local LCBO. So I guess just the people who work at the LCBO. Yeah, it's a mug. Yeah, it's a mug. My sister has like a small like print shop. And so I was just like can you make mugs? And then she's like, yeah, okay, sure, whatever. So I was like, cool, all right. Now I got something. I got something to give away. Because at first I was just like, okay, well, I don't want to do something like, oh, I'm gonna make like merch. Because like the problem with like making merch, right, or any kind of thing with that is that like, when you're making merch, you go through like a middleman who's always just like, you know, I gotta get my fair share, I gotta get my cut, dog, and then et cetera, et cetera. So like people always end up, you know, because like everybody needs to get like that kind of cut, right? So it's just like there's you need to make some kind of profit so you can scale, and then there's like the person supplying the mug, and then there's like the person who's actually doing like the press, and then there's the shipment. So it's all like everybody needs to be able to make their cut. And I understand, you know, everybody needs to be able to make their cut. But it makes it a little bit more expensive for people and so on and so forth. But by having my, by just foisting this onto my sibling, I've been able to cut out as many middlemen as possible. Yeah. You know, I'm wielding family relations like a cudgel to get the cheapest possible merchandise I can.
Exploiting familial relations for fun and
That's
profit.
right. I was like, hey, I need you to make mugs, and she's just like, okay. And then and then I said, I need you to make 4 mugs, and then she was silent for a second, and then she's like, okay. And I was like, all right, that's a verbal contract. Did you explain this pic to your sister? No, absolutely not.
Kind of think she might have not been down with that in that case.
Well, she's a professional. She didn't ask questions. Yeah, I had a middle woman. Yeah. Well, she also has like a shipping account, right? So she also has like a shipping account. So I'm also gonna ship this out on her account. So yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's how it's gonna run down. Yeah. That also means that in a really funny way, in a really roundabout. I know this whole stream is over, but for some reason I'm still streaming it, I guess. It also means in a really like roundabout and funny way that in theory I could just do T-shirts as like a Patreon give out. You know, because she has
You
a
could do
T-shirt press.
T-shirts with pictures of the mug on it.
T-shirts with pictures of the mug on. Yeah. You imagine somebody who's like a patron, but also won the mug. They just have the mug and they have a T-shirt of the mug.
Pause and select fanboys.
It's just
You
like,
gotta cultivate that
and then
red income pool.
they're just like, who's that? Yeah, that's always something that I've always thought of doing. You know, just doing like a T-shirt thing. Because technically speaking, I could just design a T-shirt myself, and then I could foist them onto my sister. So, you know, because then somebody is just like, yeah, and T-shirts are apparently pretty cheap if you're like really cheap on the shirt. So, you know, you're like, yeah, you can print out T-shirts for like $2. So it's just like, yeah, I pay Pauses like the $10 a month for, and he sends me a T-shirt every month. It's just like what? It's like, yeah, he's essentially just a T-shirt subscription service. I've never seen his videos, but hey, you know, whatever. This is just the Shinji mug meme. T-shirts with pictures of the mug held by Shinji. Yeah. You do surprise T-shirt printings with art from different videos. So the thing is, I can technically do that. Like for example, for example, like some people might remember this image. I don't know if it'll show up very clearly. Some people might remember like this image, right? From the Japan Sinks. It was on the thumbnail. So I drew that, right? So I drew that. And the benefit of just drawing my own stuff is that it allows me to I have the original file that's like 8,000 by 8,000 or something, because I'm just like, oh, I might need this later on for some reason in 8,000 by 8,000. So here we go. So theoretically, I could just put it on a t-shirt. Just round out the cloud a little bit so it doesn't look like it's cut off because, it was drawn on an image 8,000 by 8,000 for a thumbnail. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, Jake. Funny enough, I was actually really tempted. I was really tempted to put the contours of Roricon. So I have the contours of Roricon like original image, in like a gigantic size. That would have been funny putting it on a mug. They're just like, why is there an image of like a child with her eyes blacked out? There's like, yeah, you wouldn't get it, man. It's a long story. Are my thumbnails photography of cutouts? Yep. 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 A lot of them I've drawn myself or composed or whatever, but yeah. I mean, that would be something I would love to do, I would have to see what the actual cost would be. That would be something I would love to do. Oh god, I'm so tired because I was literally about to just repeat what I just said. It was like a Matrix style deja vu moment. But that would be something really funny if like every video I show up in is just me wearing a t-shirt of whatever that thing is. And then I just ship those t-shirts out to patrons over like a certain threshold.
You have a special tier that we specifically give the t-shirts you've actually worn.
Oh no, that would be absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. That is like some Om Shinrikyo shit. But that would be funny if somebody was like pledging on the t-shirt tier, and then they're just like, because like I would just send out the t-shirt every time a video came out, and then like they're pledged to the t-shirt tier, and then they watch the video, so they see me wearing the t-shirt that they're about to receive, and they're just like, fuck, dude, I don't like that design. There's like, this sucks. What the hell is that? That is not what a Metabot looks like. Yeah, well, it would be funny. Yeah. I don't know. I can talk to my sister about it. I can talk to her about it, how much she can actually handle orders. She's had an uptick of orders since Christmas is coming around, but in the future I can see how she handles it, I can just see it as like yeah. I don't know. Cuz like I'm always very easy. I'm always always very, very uneasy about like doing how can I describe it? I'm the kind of person where like I'm very uneasy about like walling off content. You know? Like I'm not a fan of like I'm not a fan of just like here's my review of something. But you got to be a patron to see it. Cuz I feel like realistically, if somebody really wanted to know what I thought about something, they'd be like, "Joe, this thing is shit, isn't it?" And I'd be like, "Oh, I don't know. Hold on." You know, that's one of the things. It's just like, I don't know. So I'm not a fan of just like making content that's behind like a paywall. I do like the sort of like the commentary stuff because I always assume I was just like, you know, I don't think people would really miss it if it was not behind a paywall. But I also feel really bad. Like, I also feel really, really bad like charging people or like people who are like pledging, and then you know it takes me months. It takes me months to get a video out and all that kind of stuff. And I understand that like on many levels, like people are just like, I understand that on many levels people are like, okay, well, you know, it's not, you know, I'm not pledging because I'm expecting something from you and so on and so forth. It's more so like, I'm not expecting anything from you and all that kind of stuff. I should probably rename this to post show. But more so that, like, you know, they just want to support the channel, and I appreciate that. But every month I do feel very, very guilty. I feel very, very guilty that I'm taking people's money, and it's taking so long to get content out. So
use T-shirts to assuage your guilt.
that's the
Everyone
plan.
wins.
That's the plan. You know? They were like, you know, they see a new positive like video to come up, and there's like, all right, merch time. You know, I think you can also attach YouTube merch to sell on YouTube video, channel merch to sell on YouTube videos. Not sure if YouTube takes a cut though. I don't think YouTube takes a cut. I think it's just like classic like channel integration. But everybody does it through like, you know, Teesprings or something, and they will take a cut, right? However, you know, this is, however, because I have access to a t-shirt printer and a mug printer, you know, through nepotism, you know, that way, you know, you are getting handmade work at rock bottom prices. Yeah. So, but I would be interested in doing that, you know. I feel like that would be nice. I just become a t-shirt subscription service. Like, hey, you gotta tell me your size. But the thing is, I don't know how it'll work out because, you know, maybe it is cheaper to do. Maybe it is cheaper to do like t-shirts through somebody else because it would like probably scale, right? But I think at that stage, like they also want like minimums. So that can get pricey. So I don't know. I've always been very uneasy about merchandise too, primarily because like I would never, ever in a million years want to sell like anything that says like pause and select. Like, bro, come on, that's disgusting. Like I'm always of the belief that if somebody pays money for something, I would not want to sell like, you know, a logo or something on it. Like I don't want to sell like an inside joke or something on it. I want that T-shirt to be something that, you know, you can wear in a decent number of scenarios. That you don't have, that you aren't immediately tagged. It's just like, bro, you like anime? It's just like, you know. So that's one of the things. That's why I did the Miyazaki mug. Because it cannot possibly fail. You know, people see this mug and then they're just like, this is a weird picture. This is a weird drawing. What is it of? What's going on? And then you say, oh, it's like a room. It's like a really famous room. And then they say, whose room is it? And then you say, you have to be there to understand. And then that's it. Easy. You know, there's nothing about this room that's going to like signal to like, you know, the people outside of the circle who are just going to be all like, something's up with this guy who's got this mug. You know, it's a mug that, it's a chameleon. That's what matters. It's a chameleon mug. But then, you know, for somebody who is in the know, you can be all like, this is Miyazaki's room, bro. When they found, you know, when they burst into his room and then blamed all of it on anime, and people are just like, haha, shit, that's funny. Boom, done. See, it's like a double lens or something.
It's a very inside joke with plausible deniability built in.
Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of art style I want to cultivate. Plausible deniability merchandise. You know. That's the kind of a... Okay, Eggmath, it doesn't make it an inside joke. Okay, it doesn't make it an inside joke. It's not an inside joke. It's... Anybody who has sufficiently studied Tsutomu Miyazaki's room would probably understand what it is they just see. You know? Yep. So yeah, but yeah, anybody who does win the mug though, it might take a little time because I'm still trying to get like the, wrap. I have to like figure out the design. What I want to do is I want to wrap the entire thing, right? So the thing here is that there's a little bit around here that doesn't like, it bleeds out, right? Which is like a pretty standard thing you do, right? But like, I don't want that. I want the whole thing to just wrap around it. So it's just literally just a big wrap around. I got to figure out how I'm going to make that happen. And as a result, give me a second on that. I'll figure out the design. So, you know, because I want to make it nice, look nice, right? So want to make it look nice for the people who are going to get it. So might take me a second. Jake, okay. Jake says maybe offer a booklet of the art featured on the channel. My art is not good enough to be featured in a booklet. It's simple as that. It's not good enough. I mean, if you want my art, I can just post it on Patreon. I think I already post most of my art on Patreon, so whatever. Whimsy says you do cool minimalistic designs. Oh, thank you. I'm going to assume you're referring that to me. If not, then I will take it anyhow. Cool. I think that's pretty much all I got. I don't know if there's anything else, but yeah. Hugely appreciate this NOVID 2021. We raised $600 for Doctors Without Borders. Absolutely phenomenal. Love everybody. Love everybody in this community who's been a huge help. Massively appreciate all the help from everybody here. Like, this is fun stuff, you know? This is fun stuff. The AnyTube, AnyTube coming in and help make videos and so on and so forth. So yeah, if you have any other questions or any other concerns, so if anybody is concerned, if anybody is concerned, if I'm gonna run off with the money, no, don't worry, I'm not gonna run off with $600. But you can always follow me on Twitter, twitter.com/pods and select. That is where I'm going to be posting. I think I did it last year. Yeah, I definitely did it last year. But that is where I'm going to be posting, the receipt, because that way you have the incontrovertible proof that I've donated to Doctors Without Borders, the amount. Because I am always somebody who has I have a very strong stickler for transparency to the best of my ability. So, yep. Let's see.